Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Winter Playoffs. I am Raven and joining me to kick off the day is Sottle, and we'll be taking you through all of the action of all of the playoffs across all of the regions today. Sottle, welcome. Are you ready for a heck of a lot of Hearthstone today?
I am, yeah. I mean, hopefully you tuned in to see a lot of Hearthstone because that is what we are going to deliver to you. It's been a long wait between the World Championships and now, of course, but the good news is we're going to catch all up for lost time all in one day, as we've got 3 regions, quarterfinals of each of them to go through, win and ins coming through to qualify for championships later in the season. Players have already gone through a long road to get to this point, but we get to bring you all of the exciting stuff, qualification on the line in every single match you are going to watch today throughout many, many hours of Hearthstone.
Yeah, so if this is your first playoffs that you're going to be tuning in for, just to give you a rough breakdown, you can see on the screen here, yesterday there was an unbroadcasted Swiss stage for each region from all the qualifiers from those regions. Some of the players did stream it as well, so you know, if you did miss it, you could maybe go and check out some of your favorite streamers that played, check out their VODs maybe to see what went on there. But basically, they played sort of big Swiss rounds, and then the top 8 have moved on to today. And as we both sort of mentioned, we are going to be going through each region separately. They are effectively 3 separate tournaments, and we'll be doing Asia Pacific first. That's going to start very soon, and then EU, and then Americas as well to round out the broadcast. So like I said, it's going to be a whole day of Hearthstone for you, and we will be seeing who's making it to that Masters Tour. So it's going to be really nice overall. As you can see, this is sort of a breakdown of how the competitive points work, along with the World Championship and how that gets split up. And also, Sottle, the World Championship will be at BlizzCon this year in September, so a little bit even earlier for an extra treat for us there, and that is going to be extremely exciting to have the World Championship sort of return to a big, huge live event at BlizzCon. So can't wait for that, but in the meantime, we do have to see who's actually going to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, obviously live events are great, but they would be a lot less exciting if we didn't have any Hearthstone players there. Like, I'm sure we could go and give them a show. We could just go give them a show, Raven. Just, you know, 8 hours of Talkstone each day. I'm sure people would love it.
Bit of stand-up comedy.
Yeah, why
do
not?
Our best.
Yeah. Open mic night at BlizzCon. That's what we need. But yes, of course, we are playing Conquest. If you've been living under a rock and don't know what Conquest is, it's right there in front of you. You bring 4 decks, 4 unique classes. You cannot bring the same class twice, as a wise man once told me. You get 1 ban, and then you hopefully march your way through the Swiss. So you get to this point now. Again, we're going to hammer this point home, because I do think it's a little brutal that half of these players show up on stream today, lose 1 series, and then go home looking like they haven't really achieved anything. This is already the best of the best from yesterday that you're dealing with. There was a multi-round Swiss that these players had to fight through yesterday. These are the top 8, and you can see the top 8 leaves them just 1 victory away for qualifying for the Winter Championships. We'll be kicking things off in a little bit with Maple Vision, which is the series that we'll be casting and not just what Canadians call watching movies. And then we have 3 other fantastic series to get on with for the rest of the day that our esteemed lineup of casters will continue to bring you throughout the day.
Yeah, and as you get to see the bracket from all 3 regions we have so far, I think, let's say as a general Hearthstone viewer, you're going to see a good mixture of names, right? You see players like Yarla, who's been, top of the game, basically. You see Maverick in there, Savor as well. But there might be some players you might not be too familiar with, as maybe not having the most, camera time in previous, Masters Tours tournaments throughout the past few years. But we can check out the Americas now, and you look at the likes of Fled and Briarthorn as well, sort of, I don't want to say returning like they ever went away, but you know what I mean, like these sort of names that you'll be used to seeing, as well as a mixture of some new ones. So just an exciting day overall.
There was an awful lot of returning in this Swiss qualifier that we had yesterday.
True.
We had a Pavel, we had a Firebat, we had Bunny Hopper coming back and having a go as well. Yarla, who you mentioned, I think defeated Tice in a win-in to get to this point. So I don't know what the favourable outcome there would have been, but Tice versus Yarla head-to-head for a straight-up win-in into the top 8 goes to show you some of the standard that we have been seeing in these qualifiers. Of course, this is bigger than just a one-off qualifier for a one-off event. This is an ongoing thing where competitive points are earned through ladder finishes. There are other methods, weekend blitz tournaments that you can use to qualify as well. A lot of focus over the last 18 months or so has been put into making these tournaments and the eventual big tournaments and playoffs and the World Championships, making it accessible down the line for people to just jump into, find a starting point to get into. If you need to find out more information about that, I'm sure you can find it on the Hearthstone website, or contact. Just DM Derek Brown. He'll take care of you. That's how it works these days. You just ask him.
Oof, true. Very, very true. Just something else that is true is you only have a couple of days left to pre-purchase Cataclysm, the next expansion for Hearthstone. We did the theory crafting stream not too long ago, and honestly, this just my opinion, it was fantastic. I think the new set looks incredible. Judging from what all the players and viewers were talking about, everything looks, fun, fresh, some really cool new strategies in there with the likes of Herald, with some of the big hitters that we're going to be getting in the new expansion. So great time to not only pre-order the expansion, get ready for it, but also, if you've not been playing too much lately, if you do return, we are having that rotation, and you will get a ton of trial cards, as you can see here. Basically 2 expansions worth of cards just get given to you during this expansion's life, or at least the expansion's what would you call it, scheduling for it. So you're able to get tons of cards. You can jump in on expansion day and just play straight away. So really great thing there. If you maybe haven't been playing too much lately, but maybe watching this tournament will make you want to come back and put a bit more time into the game. But make sure to check out that expansion. I cannot wait for it to launch, as it's basically reliving a what if scenario from a great World of Warcraft expansion with a great story. So looking forward to that. I can see Sottle's eyes just glazing over as he's like, what's that? Lore and story? Puh.
That's what really attracted me to Cataclysm, is all the lore implications that it has for the shattering timelines across the World of Warcraft universe. I had a great time with theory crafting as well. I echo all of that, but largely just because the cards look sick, the game looks different. Those are things that you're generally interested in when rotation comes around. So, job done from my perspective. But I think you're absolutely right with where you ended it, Raven. Let's get back to the esports, because that's what we're here for. We've got competitive players lining up, playing for a spot at the winter playoffs, and I think we've got a super interesting meta to do it in as well. Because we're in that weird like pre-rotation nether zone where they go, you know what, all of that stuff that we've like toned down or removed from the game or tweaked in some way or the other, forget about that. It's just all back in the game now. Have fun. And that grenade has just been thrown in the middle of all of the competitive players coming into this tournament. So they've had to scramble and figure out these lineups on the fly. Some talk even went into the idea of like, well, hang on, America's playing last have actually ended up with a bit of an advantage here because they get to spy on what Europe were doing with and APAC were doing with their earlier submissions. And then players arguing like, well, no, hang on, because I lost my advantage. I figured it out early, but then everyone else got to watch APAC, and then they figured out what the good strategies were as well. So a lot has been in flux with this tournament meta right up until deck submission, because it is such a fresh and turbulent meta. But we've ended up with a real range of lineups in the tournament. In a few series, honestly, encapsulate that much better than this first one that we have in front of us, which has 8 different decks in it.
Yeah, I do think it's no doubt maybe more stressful for at least some of the players who prefer to play much more settled metas and put a ton of practice, countless hours into certain decks. But I will say, as a commentator and spectator, this is fun because there's just gone, hey, by the way, here's a meta, you've got a few days to figure it out and then play in a hugely important tournament. Go. And just to talk about the point about the submission sort of time splits between the regions, there is also an element there where seeing other regions sort of play or submit first might actually be a hindrance in some way, because you might second guess yourself or change your thought, because it's something I know I would do. I'd be like, oh, wait a minute, I wanted to bring this, but now this is looking good, should I change? But if you change, you've not prepared properly, you've not practiced properly, and also you might change and it end up being bad, right? So it really puts the players in this awkward situation. So it's going to be exciting now to see the players that came out of the Swiss on top with these lineups, see how they go for the rest and who can really make it all the way. But you are right, very different from the players. Oh, sorry, I was deafened for a second. Very different lineups for the players, but we were talking about this before we started, of course. But it does feel like one player is the slightly more aggressive player, or has to be more aggressive, and then we have one bringing a bit of a slower and more controlling lineup.
Yeah, and I do think that segues quite nicely just into talking about the bans. We, as in Raven and I, were talking a lot about Quasar Rogue just coming into this series because it was a real point of interest between the two lineups. Quasar Rogue has been banned by Vision from Maple's lineup. If you're not familiar with Quasar Rogue, it is a basically inevitable combo deck that can deal 60 to 90 damage very early, turn 6, turn 7 on a lot of occasions. Now, that might sound like the most broken thing you've ever heard. However, it is extremely susceptible to opponents just playing minions and hitting it, which then disrupts its ability to hold combo cards and spend mana on the setup that you need through the early turns. What made it a great bring for this tournament is that there aren't really many decks that do that kind of thing in this tournament. There's very few decks that play a 2-2 on turn 1 and then a 3-2 on turn 2 and then buff those 2 minions and hit you, right? Zoo-style decks absolutely farm you with that Quasar Rogue. Genuinely, I made the joke earlier while we were setting up that I think the Innkeeper is probably better against Quasar Rogue than most decks in this tournament. And that's not even really an exaggeration. So I think that's a very, very natural ban for Vision's lineup, which, as Raven was pointing out, incredibly slow. Armor stacking Demon Hunter, slow Starship DK, slow Hydration Druid, like no win condition, slow Hydration Druid, and the slowest possible build of Shaman that you can have as well. So he would get absolutely farmed by Quasar Rogue if you left it up. And you are back on us, of course. You may have noticed there was a Demon Hunter mirror happening there, which didn't make any sense. So we will just take a quick moment to fix that. I'm sure we'll be back into the action as soon as possible.
Yeah, Sottle is not a liar. The decks are different. As we dive back in, we do apologize about that. It looks like Maple has generated a couple of extra cards in the hand there in the first couple of turns going on. Vision, of course, is going to be on that Druid. So basically the plan for Vision here is to just stave off any sort of aggressive threats and live long enough to do what I would like to call Druid things. So as gain a potential ton of armor, deal a ton of burst damage as well with that sort of Lady Ashara buffed location into some of the some other options they do have, but it will just be focused around just putting out a lot of late game to try and deal with this Demon Hunter from Maple.
Yeah, this version from Vision is more of the sort of classic ramp druid strategy where it's just gain more mana than your opponent, play bigger, more defensively powerful things than they can deal with, and then overwhelm them. There are different versions of the deck as well that play Owl as a spell damage win condition, or play charge minions that you can copy with the location multiple times for huge damage. But this one is a purely defensive package, which honestly I think puts him in pretty good stead against the type of decks that Maple is running.
Yeah. And I think this is what's really interesting, sort of going back to what we were saying about the submissions and the sort of new patch they're all playing on, is that you will see a lot of variation even within archetypes, right? It's kind of hard to really nail down specific archetypes because you will see these few differences. No charge minion in this, there's more defensive options. You can see certain other builds of like Hunter. You say Discover Hunter, then you have to say, well, which one? Right? So there's a lot of these sort of tweaks and slight differences in the decks lists themselves, even within those archetypes. So pretty interesting overall. Vision so far off getting the cube though, and getting some levels of defense down. Does have the Time Reaver in hand as well, which is an extremely powerful tool in just basically just putting a stall on any minion-based aggressive board, or potentially helping clear a board as well.
Yeah, I think probably the stalling technique is something that we'll see a little bit more in this tournament just by nature of the matchups. It's so strong against something like Egglock, for example, where you can neutralize so many minions that then can't actually be cleared off the board because they're 1 attack, 20 health. So it just buys you infinite time to deal with the situation, as opposed to, you clear, then they just lay over some more eggs and they respawn their entire board of 2020s. Board space is actually an extremely limiting factor in this meta for a lot of the late game focused decks. Because there's so much location, starships which go dormant and take up a space, right? Like board space is at a real premium. So if you can stall out minions just by making them 1 attack on the board, you can buy yourself so much time to set up win conditions for yourself. So really, really good tech card for the format right now.
Yeah, Maple is doing a great job of applying all this pressure, and it feels like this is the tale as old as time in most cases, where like, yes, get minions down against Druid and hit them hard quick or you'll lose. And that's pretty much the scenario here. But having the Wind Fury down as well, this might pull out one of those Twilights, but the problem is if you can't clear, then you're going to be taking a significant amount of damage anyway. So I actually quite like this from Vision, saying, well, even if you reduce it down, you're taking 2 from the Wind Fury 1 anyway, right? Regardless of all the rest. So I quite like this. Just ramp, try and get into a bit of a safer spot, and then go in the following turns, because there is that Zilliax in hand ready and waiting.
And you will note the trades were done deliberately so from Maple over the previous couple of turns. He was dealing with a bunch of 1/5 taunts, but he has at no point sent the Wind Fury minion into any of that 1 attack, which means the removal options, the ebb and flow from Vision's hand, has not been able to take care of the scariest minion on Maple's side, and he's kept pushing maximum damage every turn. These are the matchups that you kind of need to keep Druid in check, right? If Druid can consistently win these kinds of matchups, you tend to be in real trouble.
This is tricky, though, because I think Maple will be very happy with how the game's gone so far. However, he will know that the Druid's getting to a point where they can start doing annoying things, right?
Yes.
Start gaining armor, healing, putting up even more taunts. So the trick is, how do you maximize not only the board, but how does he envision actually ending the game if those things happen? Because if they don't happen, he just wins, right? It's no problem. But if they do happen, what is the route to victory? Because this is probably the single card he didn't want to see, right? The backbreaker of so many aggro decks in the past and present, with just that massive amount of lifesteal. The Wind Fury's still up, but like I said, now Maple needs a way to, as cleanly as possible, deal with these Zilliax.
Probably somewhere in the future. They are traversing the timelines now, after all.
True.
So,
yeah, at the point now, literally anything is possible, right? Because
any tense in which we speak is justifiably correct, because time travel is involved now.
Yep. Oh.
Oh, the shatter mechanic has shown up. Thank you.
Yeah, this is going to be quite powerful, though. The Kindred being
huge.
active, the perfect response to the Ziliax.
The tiny reaction from Vision was so great there. Just the little flinch forward of, oh, well, now I have to play Hearthstone again. This is unfortunate.
Yeah, that couldn't have gone better for Maple. There is no better way to clear than to not attack a Ziliax, right? Clear them off with spells, and then you're great. So really good comeback here for Maple to deal with that. That's hurdle 1, I would say.
Yeah.
But there may be a few more hurdles before this game's over.
Yeah. Raven, imagine not playing around crushing walls in 2026. Let's see. Embarrassing.
True.
Vision already got massive healing off the copy Ziliax. Sometimes you will see the individual poison Ziliax, what used to be the unkilliax, but is no longer as unkilly as it used to be. Just purely because it's an individually stronger minion to come back from Hydration Station if you go down that line. But obviously you can see generally Lifesteal copy Ziliax is so much stronger on the turn you play it in most situations these days. Not necessarily true with the amount of Giga Starships that you see around, but in general against the kind of matchups that Vision's going to be playing in this series, that Divine Shield Lifesteal Rush copy Ziliax is a great choice for his deck building.
Yeah, I think it just makes sense because in the matchups where you could run the other one, yes, it's better overall, great. But in the matchups you need Ziliax in are these ones, right? You need the health, you need to survive, because against any of the slow ones, you can just work out different routes to victory. But yeah, it's much needed in this one. We are going to see the Time Reaver come down and do its job, reducing a ton of attack down. And buying Vision just a little bit more time. Well, that is definitely a discover.
No, Well was already in the hand. That's Zinashari. You can't no-sell me this early.
No. I'm sat thinking, I just don't know if that's good enough. I expect so much from you. Me just saying well is crazy to do. It was a 6 out of 10.
All right, that's fine.
It's just because I know you can do better. That's why I was sat thinking, do I want to pay this off?
Well, Raven's hit teacher settings now. Like,
yeah, exactly.
The only reason I'm so hard on you is I expect so much of you.
Yep.
I genuinely did hear that a lot while I was at school, to be fair.
It's also, to translate, I am punishing you for being good.
Yes. Yes.
It's gonna go for the Ultra Gigasaur. Okay.
Yeah, these are some zero cost minions. I was going to say, might actually be Rush. You've probably got enough big stuff here. You're just looking for something to have a little bit faster impact on the board, which, yeah, this all makes sense to me. Okay, Vision is my new favorite player. These are incredibly understated, but still wonderful reactions to things happen.
Yeah, I do like that you timed. You might have probably got enough big stuff as the Ultra Gigasaur hits the board. It's like, well, yep, it's big stuff. It is definitely one big stuff.
And now, suddenly, you were talking about how, hey, when you need copy Ziliax, you need copy Ziliax. But right now, he needs poison Ziliax, and he does not have it.
I would put an argument against that, saying I think Vision would be dead if he didn't have copy Ziliax, to be fair.
That's probably fair.
But now this is where Vision's going to have to get a little bit creative. But there is another Time Reaver in hand, which is a pretty big deal when there's a 15 attack minion on board.
Yes. So there are sometimes things you can do here, like preemptively trading off minions before you go with Time Weaver, but you kind of need to have big taunts in play to make that work. Because it's one of those situations I was talking about earlier that can come up where you could potentially board lock your opponent, right? If you don't have a high attack minion in play, they can't trade any of their stuff off and replay with higher attack. The problem is Twilight Time Weaver does not affect itself, so you will still have that 5/5 dragon in play that comes down. So it's probably just still worth clearing some of this stuff down yourself if you can.
Yeah, also with the poison on board, the attack's irrelevant, sorry. So, yeah, I was going to say, I imagine we're going to see the trade at least getting rid of that and then drop it down. Interesting as well there. Went for this play, which I guess is this similar ramp, but didn't go with dropping the Yggdrasil that turn along with the dragon, just to help out with a little bit of card draw. Has also been fascinating how location heavy the game is right now in this current meta too. It feels like most decks run multiple locations if those classes have access to them, of course, but it's we'll be potentially seeing a lot of location decks later on in the day as well, because there's a couple of popular ones that kind of focus around locations.
Yeah, it's probably one of the things that's most jarring if you come to Hearthstone now from, being an early days Hearthstone player. If you're, for example, Firebat, who has done exactly that very recently, there's so many different ways to use a board space now than there used to be, when you've got starships, locations, all of these kind of things. Previously, the board is just where minions went, and that was it. But now you have all of these extra effects in the game, which kind of open up the decision space a little bit more.
Maple just piling on the pressure, but just remember, Vision is 29. Okay, 28 right now. Okay, 27 right now. But still, a lot of health considering that we are, well into the late game right now, you call it, at least in this matchup. And Maple's just running out of stuff at this point, which is going to be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, you would genuinely like to see some amount of minions hanging around, but you do have the starship down here. You do have copy location as well set up, so you can continue to pile in the defensive walls. Do see Maple holding on to that red card though, which can be massively important.
Yeah, at this point,
Chelsea
I'd be
fan
shocked.
knows this season.
At this point, I'd be shocked if the starship from Vision gets pressed without using Zinajari on it, because it just seems just too good right now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you're good at the game, you just play the well and then click it and then win the game instantly off the spells. That's I've seen that happen to good players,
I wouldn't know, I'm afraid.
That's fair.
Vision taking his time now. Probably just looking at which location to play. Okay, he's gonna go for the ship. Not the biggest in the world, but big enough, alright? Especially when you have two of them.
And because you have the copy relatively secure, because even if your opponent red cards one of them, you would hope that the second one gives you enough defense that the first one can then come back to provide a relevant amount of defense for you in the future as well.
Well, yeah, in a weird way, the red card sort of helps and doesn't, because if you red card one, it's going to be back in time for the location to proc again.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's a bit like, is red card the correct option here? It's tricky.
Right. Location existing made the red card so much worse. You have to hold on to it just in case your opponent has to just simply desperation hit the starship. But the location being in play for exactly the reasons that you're describing makes it so much worse. All right, Ferocious Fellbat is a big deal in terms of getting some recursive board presence here. It's always fun when decks end up being like total misnomers, right? Like a lot of people refer to this as no minion DH, but it plays like 6 minions every single turn for the entire game, which is always exciting.
Okay, he's going to go for the red card. Probably has to, realistically, even though it kind of hurts to an extent because of that location, but you have to just get through it, right, and just push when you can.
He has any soul fragments? No, he does not. Simply a 4/5 taunt. Oh, so many good defensive tools still left for Vision, though. There is a bob off the top. Plenty of mana to get the Yggdrasil cooking as well. Gets a lovely one drop off it.
Okay. Pretty good draws this turn. Could potentially bob this turn and wait and have options from hydration with the location next turn.
8 combatant center, and I take the crown.
Yep, makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to come down to just how powerful these location procs can be for Vision, and that's going to be what he's going to rely on to actually just push Maple out of this game.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Maple has done a fantastic job here in terms of keeping up board pressure, but if you look at what is still remaining for Vision, it starts to paint a picture of perhaps how over the hill this one is already. There's still an Exodar in there that hasn't been used, there's still Tortolan for more taunt, there's still Armor Gain, there's still another Cube, and still a Ceaseless Expanse that has not yet been used in the entire game that can clear up this board at any point, so... Yeah, real trouble brewing for Maple at this point.
All down to that pesky Ziliax. Well, we all know the choice. Oh, fair enough.
That's right. Observer of mysteries.
Yep.
We were all thinking it.
Maple knew.
Honestly, I think this is probably correct in the long run. Like, Kill Jaden in Kill Jaden decks can be a great win condition in matchups like these. Kill Jaden, where you just sit there and draw one card a turn, is way too slow to compete with what Druid will output. Whereas at least Observer of Mysteries could perhaps like block a hydration station on a crucial turn if you roll counterspell or something like that. It's not going to work out, but I do respect the pick for Maple because I just don't think Kill Jaden had enough time to get rolling.
I wonder if Vision's going to consider pushing damage at this point. Just because there's a sort of refill ready to go.
It's like popping the Fellbat here. Go Bob Hero Power into the Taunt, send the Slither Spear into the remaining 6/2. And then you can just drop the Ceaseless, full clear, drop the station, full board swing, copy something from the hydration station.
Yeah. Yeah, because the station's there. Well, doesn't need to
5/7
actually.
though.
Yeah, it doesn't need to actually save the ship because it'll just get pulled back anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Vision's just saying, look, if you can clear this, fair enough, but you probably can't.
Yeah. The Dreadlord coming out from the Fellbat there was probably the best outcome for Maple, but still no big deal at all for the Power of Vision's turn overall. Okay.
Yeah, it's the problem of Vision's just got to the point now where not only is he defensive enough, obviously with 27 armor and full health, but also now he's aggressive at the same time. And this is what you talked about earlier with like the sort of standard approach to this ramp-ish druid, right? Or, hydration druid, whatever you want to call it. Like, you don't do anything overly flashy. You just say, I won't die. And then I'll get to a point where I'll just overpower because the sheer quality on a card-by-card basis late game is just way better than most opponents.
Yes. I think the issue that you could potentially run into in a tournament lineup like this with Vision is if you do run into other druids who are running Owl or running Charge, those games resolve down to fatigue, but your opponent has, 80, 90 burst out of nowhere that you don't have access to, and eventually that's going to break the fatigue situation open against you. But in terms of playing against faster decks than you, yeah, certainly it would seem that having this slimmed down version seems to be the most effective.
Now, well, on a pretty much empty hand if required.
Going through the motions here, picking apart some secret options.
Doesn't look like anything. I mean, it's hard to tell right now with that many cards in hand, but doesn't look like Vision got anything too wild.
Alright, there is the ice trap. I mean, you've got to find something in here to spend your mana on, so anything that deals damage to face is probably reasonable. You don't really have board space to play with to do anything else.
I mean, even replaying tracking's probably fine, isn't it? Who cares, right? It's 2 mana, still got plenty left over.
Yeah. Take care of the 5/1. You've got shield block if you need it, just for extra security. Sure, yeah. Master for battle just to get a weapon.
That's a 3 mana deal 4 there.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Hey, Light's Justice with Druid hero power is broken, right?
I don't know if I'd say broken in the year of 2026, but I accept your point. Yeah, not looking too good, I'm going to say, for Maple.
Job's done.
There we go. Yeah, just too much. Maple got really close a couple of times, and you could see he did a good job, I think, of keeping the pressure on, but it's so difficult when there isn't anything extra. There's not really anything in the deck that beats multiple ships, right? Like we saw the red card on one, but the second one's still there. Then Hydration Stations just starts pumping out copies and copies. And as I said, that Ziliax, the absolute bane of any aggressive player, at least minion-focused aggression, because especially when they get it early, yeah, they just play it and heal for 12, and they've still got the minions on board. So even though Maple got a fantastic clear on the Ziliax, the heal was just good enough, right? It just bridged the gap that the Druids often need to bridge to get to that late game.
Yeah, and most of that was down to the quality of the start from the Druid. Yeah, we missed the turn 2, but you could see from the mana situation that there'd been some early ramp. And then just the Tortollid into the cube just meant that there was so many discounted taunts being pulled that Ziliax was very likely, if not certain. I think there was one Tortollid left in the deck at the end there in terms of taunt minions that could have been drawn. So that Ziliax coming down that early is always going to be really punishing. And exactly as you said, you know, the answer was fantastic. But even with that quality of answer, you then needed your opponent to like miss Zinashari for the whole game, for example, so that when a starship came down, you could just red card, push 15, 20 damage to face with the board that you had, and potentially try and get there over the course of that first 2 turns off the first red card that comes down. As soon as that push didn't work out, it seemed rather doomed. Pocket Train, you know, of course, former world champion Pocket Train, who will be coming on later, was advocating a little bit for the Kill Jaden pick. I think we are largely in agreement that it was a losing line, but probably a less losing line than the Observer of Mysteries was. But hey, maybe Maple was just respecting everyone's time there and saying, hey, look, both picks lose. I'll just pick the one that loses quicker and preserve my mental health and move on to the next game.
Now, interestingly enough, talk about the next games here. Vision has the sort of armor demon hunter, I guess, on his side, which works very in a similar fashion to the druid we just saw. And then he has the shaman as well, which is another ship-focused sort of defensive shaman list, right? A bit more, you know, a lot of anti-aggro options in there as well. But looking at this, and let's maybe even try and wipe the 1-0 away from our minds for a second, but just lineup-wise, who do you think has the better one going into this overall? Because we've got slightly more aggressive for Maple versus probably about as defensive as you can be from Vision.
From the testing I've done, this particular... So it's not as easy as like, oh, the slow decks beat the aggro in this tournament. That's not necessarily the case, because I think we saw in Americas later on, right, which we'll get to 10, 12 hours down the line on our broadcast here, that a lot of the Americas lineups went this kind of control lineup that Vision has, but with extra greedy win conditions on top of it as well. A little bit of that in Europe as well. those are susceptible a little bit to the aggro lineup, and there are some decks, of course, like the Quasar Rogue, that are just extremely powerful against this kind of lineup overall. But I think Vision has a nice sweet spot where, with a Quasar Rogue ban, he actually puts himself in a pretty reasonable position in the series overall. I'd say he's favored by a decent margin. Again, putting the 1-0 aside, of course, he's favored at 1-0 at this point, especially having got the Druid through, which I think is potentially one of the more difficult decks to get a win with against the kind of decks that Maple is running. Egglock is the biggest egg factor, I guess. I was going to say X Factor.
Egglock is the biggest egg.
Yeah. Then Egg Factor came out. Genuinely, for the first time in history, I could have said pun not intended there because it genuinely slipped out by accident. But yeah, that's a deck that can obviously compete through the late game if you get the tiered hierarchy of multiple eggs popping at different times correct against these controlling decks. You can keep up a lot of pressure for a very, very long time. And that's often a matchup sometimes where you would like to have an owl or a 40 damage burst combo, right? So that you could potentially find that way to get through and not give them infinite time to just get rolling with 2020s. But Egglock these days is a much faster deck than it ever used to be with the way it plays now. So it does kind of fit relatively snugly into what Raven's generously calling the aggro lineup here from Maple.
Yeah, aggro in the form of if you have to split the lineups. And funnily enough, if you like Egglock, it may be looking a little bit nicer in the near future as well, as we saw in Theory Crafting. So that could be pretty interesting in how that develops. Warlock might be sticking around, but there are other Warlocks in this tournament as well, right? With like the Location Warlock. We sort of touched on locations being pretty dominant in the current meta game, but both, I would say for me, Hunter and Warlock playing similar styles in terms of that sort of heavy location with the Zerg locations in there to really boost out those giants early. So we'll potentially see that a little bit later. I think we are just waiting to see what deck Maple's going to lock in. It does look like we're going to get the Shaman from Vision here. So we've not, obviously, first match of the day, we'll be seeing, feels like we're going to see a good mix of things throughout the course of the whole day across the 3 tournaments. So that's going to be great. But Shaman is a deck that I think, at least from what I've seen, that has a lot of representation on ladder, but not as much in this tournament, I don't think, from at least from what I've seen. Even looking at the Swiss, it wasn't really the go-to for at least a decent chunk of these players. Why do you think that is? Because it looks like it should be good, and we all know how good it was sort of way back when we had the Starships first come out.
Yeah, that's true. I think there is some fear that because of the weird hybrid meta that we are in now, where, you know, it's not just a throwback to that old Shaman meta. Now you have the ability to have these extra win conditions in your deck, and maybe there was this fear. You know, Shaman has a little bit with Shudder Block burst combos. Sometimes you can get something going. Alakir copies with buffs from Elise, for example. You go like Shudder Block, Elise, 3 locations. You take copy, Savage Roar on as many of them as you can get, and then you can get these big burst setups with Shaman. But I do think Shaman is a little susceptible to just being outvalued by the other equivalent decks from Warrior, Druid, Demon Hunter, for example, and maybe it just puts it at the bottom of the food chain with that kind of lineup as well. But in this situation, I would love to be playing Shaman against a lineup that's just kind of playing minions and trying to attack me, because I think Shaman deals with that extremely well out of the Starship decks.
Well, we are getting into game number 2. Remember, if you join us just a little bit late, all these matches today, at least the initial ones, are basically win-and-ins for these players. So we'll have to see how this one comes out. Maple lagging behind a little bit, down 0-1 with this Demon Hunter, but Vision jumping over to that Shaman. And outside of the Ceaseless, pretty good opening hand, actually. Kind of all the early game tools you want to start fighting for that board.
Yeah, any hand that has Starport in it is not going to go too far wrong. Vision is reacting, I think, to his extra card off the top, so we'll wait to see what was found there. Maybe we just saw the mulligan outcome before he did.
Well, here's the interesting bit. Is this just going to be a tempo shard? Is that going to be held? There's even arguments for coin starport, depending on how much you trust the deck. Or maybe you could follow up with shard at worst, just to get the maximum out of the location as quickly as possible. But yeah, he's just going to hold the coin, get the shard down, reduce this damage from the weapon, and at least have something on board to fight with, which makes sense. This is where things can start to get tricky though, like already for Maple. Because if I was Maple, I'd be like, wow, this has started off as badly as it could. At least, you know, from my opponent anyway. Just having the 2-1 down early, now there's the location. There's we can see there's gonna be more where that came from. It's gonna be pretty tricky with this board dominance already for Vision.
Yeah, Grifter for
even
some
gonna put
additional
SCV.
answers in a second as well. And the discount already on the Starship launch, meaning that Maple could be up against a big Starship very, very early on here.
It's going to go for the headhunt and the weapon swing to help clear up the majority of this board. Does have the dormant minions, of course, so they're going to pop out and create some of that sort of natural board presence, but Vision isn't letting up at all. Card draw and more Starship pieces coming down now. Oh, and there's Missile Pod in hand as well. Really nice one to have against these sort of minion-focused decks. Just doing that extra bit of damage on play.
I think, if I remember my art correctly, that is bonus effects and 5 armor that we've seen so far from the 2-1 pieces.
I thought there was only one piece. Oh, you get me back for the nose.
Yeah, okay, no worries. We can move on with the day.
Okay,
We're
okay.
even now. Yeah.
Right. That's all things should be. Okay. Liftoff again coming down, piling on even more pressure, keeping that card draw. Shaking the head from Vision though, not hitting exactly what he wants to hit from these card draws.
Yes, Vision, as for myself, big shake of the head as soon as he saw Raven.
So this is how it's going to be, is it?
I just hope I've
two.
got that right. I'm pretty sure that's Raven, but it's been a long time since I've had to know the Shaman Starship pieces.
Maple, now that these dormants are coming out, is starting to have that sort of surprise board that gets me every time when I play against Demon Hunter. I'm like, oh, I'm doing okay, and then, oh yeah, wait, that's a 5/5, I forgot. And then you're like, oh, okay. Does have the location in the hand as well to help clear up some of these and just push maximum damage if you want.
Yeah, this is what I was referring to earlier, where, you know, there's been different iterations of this kind of no minion Demon Hunter. You know, Fel DH, for example, very low on minions in a lot of builds, and it's just kind of Fel barraging your face, stacking up big weapons, hitting you in the face, for example, and maybe a few 1/1s and 2/1s to back that up and just keep hitting you. This is a no minion deck that just consistently pumps out chunky mid-range stuff that you have to deal with over and over again, which can be really, really frustrating. When you're expecting to just be able to, you know, survive damage and move on with your life.
Now getting the 2 missile pods down, going to help clear up a lot of that. And now very quickly, even a medium Starship is looking dangerous because we can see Reyna in hand as well, right? So that can really push out some games if you go Starship into Reyna and then just pile on the pressure from there.
Yeah, especially because you now have the AoE plus bonus effects combo stacked up in your Starship, so you have a very good chance of hitting the poison AoE clear. So even if Maple does stack up a board, you can just launch Starship, and very good chance you just wipe. And of course you get to do that all again by relaunching with Jim and so on and so forth. Like, Maple's going to need to stack up a lot of damage very, very quickly. I don't think board is necessarily going to be the way here. Just wants to try and potentially smash a lot of damage to face and maybe leverage that red card to push through a Starship if the board doesn't get cleared, but that is a big if at this point.
Yeah, it almost even feels just like a equip weapon, swing weapon, face kind of scenario, doesn't it? You know, just do absolute maximum. It's gonna go a little bit slower. I'm not sure, was that good? I don't know if getting the weapon equipped and just getting both swings out of it ever felt a little bit better. Maybe you just want the crewmates in hand to just do some stuff next turn, sure, but I'm just staring at all these starship pieces and the fact it costs 1 to launch. I'm feeling very fearful if I'm Maple right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Maple will probably feel like he can leverage the red card a little bit, but making sure that he can rebuild a board after one gets cleared, perhaps just thinking that straight up damage does not necessarily get there at this point.
I'm even wondering what a sort of tempo hex looks like for Vision here. If you just hex the 5/5. Oh, I guess you can't play Grifter though. Lock-on also is a pretty good pickup. Oh yeah, it's gonna hex, okay.
Ship down to 0. The one saving grace for Maple right now in the situation with the Starship is that it doesn't actually offer any immediate defense. It is just, I say just, all of the starport pieces that have been stacked up at this point.
Yeah, there's no crystal, right?
There's no crystal, which means that there's no real defense that comes out of it just now.
Science reporting in.
There we go.
Yeah.
Going to go for the big 4/4 board, and he's just going to say, I hope this board sticks. Second time in a row, by the way, that I believe he's played the crewmate card, which summons a demon between the two crewmates. He's played it with exactly 8 cards in hand, and even though the demon comes between the two crewmates, it is the last thing that happens on the card. So he's actually just saying, I have no interest in that demon, thank you very much. Please just leave it alone. I only want the two crewmates. Do not fill my hand up with random demons.
Yeah.
Deliberate point that he's trying to do, but this is very well navigated in the end here from Vision. Gets the bonus effects out, but also has the immediate gym to go with the 0 mana launch to be able to stack up a couple of big starships here. Only one taunt, though, coming out.
Yeah, only one
Not an enormous
taunt,
amount of defense.
but still just a lot of stuff with the double reborn on there as well. There is the... it's still awkward and also just the casual back up to 30 health. So there's all the time in the world. Dirty Rat's there, Lock-on's there. There's a Grifter there as well, which, whether it's a damage Grifter, a heal Grifter, or a steal Grifter, all those things are good outcomes. So it's going to be quite hard to whiff on that as well. So it's looking pretty good for Vision, I would say. Okay, Maple just going with, I want maximum stuff.
Time grows short. Battle cruiser operation. Reporting in.
You're going to use press to clear off the reborn version of the ship. There is still the other one, and it does have Wind Fury, so there's not a 0 amount of damage coming out next turn from Vision, right? Like, I don't know. It's just Grifter for lethal, right? If you get Steel or... Yeah, if you get Steel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
still
there
a
you
work.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So it was only the 2 starships, but the Wind Fury plus the 9 attack was enough. And Vision gonna go up to a 2-0 lead. And I will say, it looking to be quite a comfortable lead as well. These games have felt very in control for the vast majority of them. As I mentioned, Maple is arguably on the more aggressive lineup, but it's not really a aggro lineup, right? There's never been, oh, it's turn 4 and Vision's on 5 health or something, right? We're not on about stuff like that. But and I think that is the difference, right? The aggro decks, at least from Maple, or more aggressive, sorry, and not maybe aggressive enough to overtake these when you look at the likes of this Shaman, this Druid, and we're going to quickly get to this Demon Hunter, which are all hyper defensive, but still have ways to end games when they need to. So looking pretty dangerous here for Maple Sottle. We might have our first top 4 player very, very soon.
Yeah, I think to be kind to Maple here, it will always look this way, particularly in competitive environments where people aren't just going to give up. When the more aggressive decks, got me doing it now, when the more aggressive decks in the series fall over, it always kind of looks like they got pounded. But there's always that little crux in the game where you're like, okay, if the control deck didn't have this particular answer at this point, then I just win, right? But once you get over that hill as the control deck, it suddenly looks like you're just completely overwhelming the opponent. And there were a couple of crucial moments. Firstly, the Druid start in the first game was so strong with the ramp into Tortola and into Cube, which then discounts Ziliax, and Ziliax carries the game from there. And certainly in that one, I think Maple tries his best there with the crewmate setup. The Dormant on the 1/3 to limit the AoE that comes out from the ships as well. And I think against a lot of different hands, he maybe just gets over the line there. Again, that's not even talking about how good the opener was from the Shaman with Starport, SCV, everything you could possibly want, bar maybe a Crystal to be as defensive as possible in that late game situation. But I do have to give credit to Vision, because I think there was a player diff there as well, where holding on to the Starship launch for an additional turn, I think a lot of people would have perhaps just tried to answer some of that board immediately with the 1-mana Starship launch, whereas Vision held on, discounted it to 0, and then had the launch plus Jim combo to kind of create that overwhelming board immediately. Yeah. Didn't really get great rolls off the bonus effects. Kind of would have preferred maybe Lifesteal Rush. Poison AoE obviously was fantastic. The one that did have Poison ended up not having Rush, so it was a little bit weird. But then just that overwhelming size of Starship with the Wind Fury in the end meant that Grifter was able to clutch it out.
Yeah, not too bad at all. But we are going to be moving on to our game 3 in this matchup. And it is going to be the Demon Hunter, of course, the only deck that Vision has left to win with now. Going up against Maple once again on a Demon Hunter. Maple keeping it simple, saying, guess what? I need to win with every deck. I'm going to play this deck until I win, and then I'll move on if not. So we'll go from there. But two Demon Hunters here, Sottle, quite different in builds.
Yeah, just a little bit. The Armor Demon Hunter for Vision, certainly a deck that if you have played Hearthstone within the last year or so, you probably have some strong feelings on either way. You can't necessarily love every deck that gets brought back in this kind of post-rotation melee, but certainly the deck does have a lot of fans as well, because some people just enjoy putting up impenetrable walls for the opponents to have to dig through.
Yeah, I have strong feelings about this deck, but I won't go into them on this stream. It can feel like bash your head against a brick wall, almost literally, going against this deck. So Maple is going to have to need very clear and strong and decisive turns, and it is going to be one of those turns, I think, that we've seen Maple attempt in previous games, where it's going to be, okay, I'm going to push early damage, and then a red card is going to carry me to the win, right? Like, it's going to have to be one of them, because if you delay or your push gets just slowed down a little bit, this can spiral out of control. The Vision could get over 100 armor easy, right? With like basically recursive summons of the crystals, popping the ship, then using the Exodar and so on and so on. Like, it can really cycle into just silly amounts of armor, and at that point, Maple just can't win. Right, like the cards just don't exist for him to actually get a win at that point. So it's going to be very difficult. So it'll be important for when Maple decides to sort of put his foot down and go for the kill.
Yeah, that's it. I think you've got two win conditions against Armor Demon Hunter. One is you go quickly enough that they don't get set up and you just kill them. Or the equivalent of that, of they just don't kind of draw the starship pieces, the crystal, the setup cards early enough that you are able to have enough time to do significant damage. But then if you get past that point, you kind of need an X factor. You need a tech card, something special in your deck to be able to deal with the situation. Grifter was a big one back in the day when this deck was in the format initially, because they build such a massive starship and then they resummon it trying to get all the armor back, and then sometimes you can just Grifter steal, smash them in the face with their own 20 attack starship and win the game that way. Red card is a similar effect as you were describing if you've got a board to back that up. And also King Plush, I think originally when this deck first appeared, was kind of the natural predator of this deck because it was able to remove the Wall of Taunts, get buffed up to massive sizes itself, and then deal the charge damage. But if you have to play honestly and actually dig through the Wall of Taunts over and over again, it's a hiding to nothing, honestly, for a lot of decks.
The problem is as well, or at least that I found, is whenever you think, okay, I've killed all the pieces, there's just the ship. They then make more pieces, and you're like, how? And then when you think they can't make any more, they make more. And it's just like, what? You just start just weeping, basically, at that point, because they just seem to always have ways to generate more and more and more crystals or just pieces in general. So it can be really, really painful to get through. So far, we do see the defense crystal come down here for Vision. Does have Carnivorous Cube, although with the red card, nice play from Maple. Going to use that to sort of remove that as an issue for a couple of turns and go from there. And I like this. Just pile on pressure, just pump all the damage and just say this just kind of has to work, right? You're not going to win the late game.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was going to suggest exactly this. I think he's in a decent enough position now where a lot of the Armor Demon Hunter's mid-game turns are contingent on the crystal having happened already, right? There's lots of cards in there that allow you to repeat Death Rattle effects, resummon Death Rattles, all of those kind of things. But if you can block that first one from dying, you get so much additional time. This has to be a judgment call, of course, because you might end up getting more damage by just killing the first crystal, building a bigger board, and then just using the red card when they launch the starship, for example, and then you just plow through because you have this massive 20-30 attack board in play that just wins the game immediately. But I think in the way this game is panning out specifically, you will net more damage over time by just slowing down that first crystal as much as possible.
Okay, is going to respond with their own red card. Slowing down the damage, just generate an additional crystal, which is going to be nice to try and get some work with next turn. Obviously, being able to generate some additional armor and stay alive. But Maple's going to have to make this count, and we'll probably be a little bit sad that the red card was used against him there, because even just the damage from that imp, it's so significant right now, right? Like, this is the window of opportunity for Maple.
Yeah, return policy and red card is a probably 12 to 18 health swing over the course of the next 2 to 3 turns. Because the return policy does activate the death rattle from the crystal. Return policy is activate a death rattle of the card that's been played. The death rattle does not have to have triggered, which of course the crystals hasn't. So that has gained 4 armor straight away and then taken 3 armor off the board on the other side. Plus then has given you the additional crystal to come down the following turn. So yeah, that is a huge, huge difference to Vision's health total over the next couple of turns.
It looks like he's going to go for the cube as well. Fortunately, the hero power doesn't really do much for him here, based on what he would draw from it anyway. But still, I like this, right? Just get the cube down, because the cube in a weird way has taunt itself, right? Like, if it doesn't get dealt with, you best hope you win the game then, right? If you're going to leave a cube alive. So it's kind of a good play here. I think this is just overall better than playing the other crystal, of course, or the Fell Hunter.
Yeah, just more mana efficient than playing the other crystal as well, right? Like, they both functionally get a second crystal into play. The second crystal is more literally a second crystal due to the fact that it is literally a second
And it'll be
crystal.
2 taunts instead of 1. So
It'll be 2 taunts instead of 1, yeah. But you still get the armor gain this way, and it's just a little more mana efficient, so you can potentially weave in the other crystal on a future turn. And you are still getting the same total number of crystals dying to get into that Starship launch if you're going to get to that point in the game.
I think this is one of those games where you it wouldn't be, and I guess we've not already mentioned this, but this is one of the decks, the Starship decks at the moment, where you are quite likely to see early launches because of the way the Death Rattle sort of resummons work in this Demon Hunter build, right? Like, it's not like the ship has to be massive to win the game at all, because you'll just keep generating more and more crystals.
This, by the way, a crucial part of the matchup for the aggro DH. That is a Death Rattle minion that has just been killed on the opponent's side of the board, which can mess with the Fellbat pool for the opponent if it gets to that point in the game. So making sure you get one of your Broxgar portals at the very least dealt with can be incredibly disruptive to your opponent's long-term plans. But certainly something that can be disruptive to Maple's long-term plans of qualifying for playoffs is that Exodar off the top. That is a stacked-up Starship. Gain the armor twice, 8-11 in the way. Still have more crystals to go for in the future. Very nice.
Yeah, this is the thing to keep an eye on now. A really strong turn there from Vision, but it did leave Maple with their full board, pretty full hand as well, so there are options. But what Vision needs is 1 turn of wiggle room, right, to be able to play the Fell Hunter or, get Fellbat down. Just get these tools down that once you've got them down once, it snowballs itself, right, to a certain extent. But you do just need that turn of safety. So Maple, I think, will now be very much focusing on not letting Vision have any space whatsoever now, because Vision was kind of saved by that Exodar, if I'm honest, at least from where I'm sitting. So Maple's going to have to put his foot down.
Another good reason to specifically hold on to a crystal in hand as opposed to a cube is that if the game does reset past the point of this Starship being killed, a crystal in hand allows you to start rebuilding a second Starship, right? Whereas a cube would have to rely on something else to do so. I think with this specific hand, with Fell Hunters and Fellbats in hand, and only 1, I believe, Broxgar portal being killed so far, your pool is still reliable enough that you should still be able to make stuff happen. But there is now an 8-1 Divine Shield on the other side of the board, which is kind of a nightmare to deal with for this deck in particular.
And this is it, isn't it? Like I said, Maple just wants to say, okay, you got your Exodar down, good job. Now try, what's your follow-up? Because look at this board, and to get the Exodar down, Vision had to effectively pass that turn, which left the whole board up. At this point, does Vision just bite the bullet and say, I'm going to get hit really hard next turn? Yeah, I like this. I think you just say, yeah, fair enough.
I think so too, yep.
Because the longer you wait, the harder it's going to get, I think, to land this, isn't it? That it won't get any easier here. So there's a lot of health, 36 there for Vision. Yeah, that's a good draw. Maple knows, or Vision knows, that there's at least a rock, and you expect some levels of extra damage from hand from the Demon Hunter here.
I grow impatient.
Oh, that red card is such a massive draw.
Yeah, that is basically shut down the turn from Vision previously, right? Oh, does I-Beam make any of the... does I-Beam make killing the Exodar worthwhile? Oh, gonna do it this. Okay, this is kind of nice. Yeah, I actually forgot about the portal. Yeah, this works really nice.
Summon the 1 health minion. Yeah, get another Death Rattle minion
Yeah.
in, further disrupting those Ravenous Fell Hunters, which, even if the Death Rattle pool wasn't getting diluted at this point, Ravenous Fell Hunters might just end up being too slow at this point anyway, with all of this damage being built up. And Vision, who was looking like it might be a quick and smooth 3-0 just a couple of turns ago, has not had the follow-up. And is that back-to-back warp drives after the ship has been launched? It is. No discount on the cards, but the discount wouldn't really have any great function here anyway.
Yeah, this is brutal, isn't it? Maple just looks like they just did the job, right? They just gave the disruption when they could. The red cards, both red cards now coming in clutch.
Mm-hmm.
It was tricky as well. Vision went for the armor from the Exodar, which I think was correct at the time, of course, but it's that sort of, oh, well, if you went for the ship pieces instead, this could have been a bit easier to put some, like, taunt walls in the way, but then you would have been more susceptible to red card at the time, right? If a red card responded to the Exodar, then you're actually maybe in more trouble, so really difficult decisions to make, but wait a minute.
Hold on! Where did that return policy come from? Rips the second warp drive into the return policy, and suddenly the two starships out of nowhere could have turned this final game on it. Well, have turned this game into a final game yet again.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I wasn't even thinking about that at the time. I was more looking at like Vision setup. But that is a problem.
It's beyond a problem. I think this is potentially an absolute disaster because now we're in the rhythm where the Fellbat is going to wake up on the following turn as well. So you do not have long to be able to push through these taunts.
And the problem is as well with the armor that you're going to gain. There's also just a Crystal and Fell Hunter in hand as a follow-up turn, right? So there potentially is now that wiggle room to have the slower setup turns because of what's happened with these ships now.
Maple might not have an option, but he's got to be careful here with all of these rush tokens trading in. Yeah, that's too many. The Ceaseless is playable. And that is probably game over from this point. I'm not sure that even needs the qualifier.
Oh, this is looking good, isn't it? What's the maximum they can do here? Yeah, okay, yeah. Gonna finish with the crystal?
And I will bring destruction.
Two more starships back from the Ceaseless Fellbat. Arcanite Defense Crystal down to complete the wall. Fellbat's not even... Fell Hunters. It's the second time I've mixed those two cards up. Not needing to come down. All of the disruption for Maple for nothing. And that second decision to go digging yet again with the warp drive and pick up that return policy has paid out massively for Vision. It looks like he is going to be going through this one 3-0. But we've been burned before, Raven.
Yeah, and like now Cliffside's just not going to do anything, and there's just no way out now, right? If we're looking at the rest of the deck that's left over, there's just nothing there, or at least nothing remotely in hand that's going to get him there, right? It's just too much. Because now, because of how secure this turn is from Vision, this is where things feel like they go infinite, right? Because the Fell Hunters with another Fell Bat and so on, it's just going to keep cycling. And I think Maple's just going to get further and further away. Vision now looking pretty happy with this outcome. I think if your opponent starts trying to chip at you with 1/1s at this stage in the game, you're feeling good about life.
We're looking at 18, 21, 22, 23.
Is that it?
25, 26?
Now?
Is that exact? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That means Vision is going to be our first player through to that top 4, at least on stream anyway. So congratulations to them. Really good series overall. And like you said, it maybe there were moments that looked closer than the score would have you believe. However, I do think Vision felt pretty solid overall and clearly pretty comfortable playing that lineup, you know, the sort of slower late game defensive decks, and it seemed to pay off, even though that last game especially, I thought Maple was about to begin the comeback, honestly, because that got so close.
Yeah, I think he had a genuine one-outer at the end. He assessed his options for the whole turn, and he went fishing and he hit it. Really, like it's one of the tighter 3-0s that you will see. I do genuinely think there were moments there where, you know, Maple was pushing the boulder up the hill and was mere feet away from the summit before it all came crashing down and flattening him towards the end. Vision, I think overall played well. Couple of questionable turns, as there always will be with decks that have that many slow intersecting late game options as well in the Druid games in particular, in the Druid game in particular. But I think a great way to kick off the tournament so far. Obviously, there are many hours of Hearthstone still to come, but we've at least dipped our toe into the warm pool of variation for this tournament so far. 8 different decks in the opener. We've got different decks coming up as we progress through APAC as well. And then as we get into Europe and Americas, as we mentioned before, those regions really iterated on what APAC were doing. They started to try and counter what APAC were doing later on. So we then get further variation going out throughout the day. So, you know, I think if you are watching with us throughout the entire day, you're going to watch all, 14, 16, 18 hours of this, then, God bless you, well done, we'll be here with you. But if you do dip in and out throughout the day, I think you'll be getting a real nice variation, a real good smorgasbord of all the different things that are available in Hearthstone right now as we head into Cataclysm and Rotation coming up soon.
Yeah, as Salt said, we've got plenty more coming up. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match for you, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. I have Lorinda now joining me for our second match of the day. Welcome, Lorinda. How's it going? And did you enjoy that first match of Hearthstone we had on stream?
Enjoyed the first match. Enjoyed yesterday as well. Followed a lot of the action via the various streams, people showing what was going on. Quite a lot of buzz around who's going to get in the top 8, what's happening, how's it going down, what's the lineups. And yeah, just looking forward to getting into this one in particular because Gyu has brought... If you follow yesterday chronologically, Gyu has brought the level 1 lineup. Like when people started playtesting, Gyu's a fantastic lineup builder, one of the best in the world. Everyone's like, okay, so Discover Hunter, unbeatable. Location Warlock, also unbeatable, which doesn't work, but hey, we won't worry about that. Cliff Dive looks pretty good. A lot of people didn't want to bring Cliff Dive because they've got the whole, it's a little bit easy for me, I don't know if I want to lower myself. It's just a powerful deck, bring it if it's good. And then a fourth deck, which Gyu brought, Warrior. This is how the day started, this is how playtesters started, this is kind of what they looked at. We'll talk about Shaxy's lineup in a moment. As the weekend went by, Sottle's alluded to this a bit, you have a little as well. People start saying, well, hang on, this Warrior is a bit vulnerable if we start doing other things. And the other things being, unfortunately, shown in reverse order, but Vision brought Druid. Not many people brought Druid to this tournament. But as you get on through the day later on, we're going to see a lot of Druids when we get towards the end of the day. So it was just fun to watch the whole thing unfold before us, I thought.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those where, we've had the Hearthstone sort of competitive formats change and evolve and change again over the, X amount of years now. But I think the cool thing with the playoffs, and like you said about yesterday, especially like the Swiss day, is that it's one of those ones where there's, obviously you have to qualify and get in, but there's so many players. It's like a community tournament to an extent, right? Because there's so many players invested, whether they're playing themselves or whether they have teammates or practice partners that they're playing as well, helping out to prep and sort out their best efforts at qualifying. It does feel like it's just one of those days across all 3 regions where there's so much going on and so much for the players to get involved in. It's definitely a lot of fun, and obviously then we get to cover the top cuts for each one. So yeah, I'm excited for this. It looks like we are going to have a potential, that did change, but I think it's going to be a Warlock mirror. And this is what I was talking with Sol a bit about earlier, where we have suddenly tripped into a very location-focused meta for a variety of reasons. You've got the combo-y style locations of, let's say, Druid, obviously with the copying and everything, but then you have for me the 2 main decks, which are the Warlock and Hunter variants, that have the heavy location / Zerg usage to really reduce those giants down and put also just a ton of pressure on opponents. So I'm excited to see even more decks, because already we're jumping into new decks that we haven't seen in the first match. So pretty excited to see the variety we're going to get over the course of the day.
Yeah, it's weird. There were so many locations, again, especially in these early lineups, that there's no point putting location destruction in your deck. There's just no point. Because you blow one up and then you just play another one. So you're just playing a 3-3 for not much gain. People will be like, why don't you play it? No, we just going to play more locations. Just let them do the thing, do your thing better than they're going to do their thing.
Well, the problem as well is if you're only going to blow up one location, you'd probably aim that towards the Druid matchup. Yes. But they can just play the location potentially in the same turn, right? Because they have so much mana. So even that doesn't really work out, because they will know you have location destruction and then they just play around it anyway. So you are right. It does get to the point where you're like, okay, you killed the location. Here's 3 more. Let's go.
Yeah, and we've used it as well. So the giants have still been reduced by 2 or whatever we're doing. Yeah, the whole thing gets ridiculous very fast. It's great. It was fun. You talk about the sort of the community atmosphere and stuff, like community atmosphere and a little bit of panic as well, because there are so many playable decks. Like a lot of the time we get to these tournaments and we say, oh, it's a wide meta, there's 10 or 12 playable decks. Sometimes we get here and there's 4 playable decks. We're like, okay, sure. But usually we get there's sort of 10 playable decks. We talk about the wide diversity. There's 30 playable decks in this tournament. You can play what you want, what build of what you want. It is absolutely ridiculous. And again, as you see, the whole thing evolved through the day. It was just so exciting, and still is.
And I was saying before, even the players have had such a short time to fully prepare, obviously, but even within the archetypes, there's different archetypes, right? Because you look at, for example, Hunter, probably a class we're going to talk a lot about today. There's a multiple hunter decks you could play with different sort of goals in mind for the lineups. But also let's discover hunter, a deck that's been incredibly powerful for quite a while now. Well, now there's Discover Hunter, which is leans towards the traditional Discover Hunter that we're used to, but now there's Zerg Discover Hunter that people are playing with the Giants locations and so on. So even within those same archetypes, there's multiple levels, similar to Druid. I was talking with Sottle about earlier, where there's the Druid decks that are being played, but then you have to go, but which version of that list are they playing, and then so on, and that really does change the outcome. We saw Vision play the Druid without charge, right? Has no other charge combo in there, and has more of the sort of just late game focused overpowering style. So it's not as if these players even just had to pick just classes or just archetypes. It's all of that, and then specific builds of archetypes based on the expected metagame. So it was quite the challenge for the players. I said this at the start of the show. I maybe wouldn't want to be a player in this scenario for the maybe extra stress that's added to this, but I love being a viewer, because it's great to see what the players come up with, what the teams have come up with, and how it pays off and who makes it to the top. So really, really excited to see how this one goes. I believe the players are still just getting ready, but we do have the Hunter ban and the Demon Hunter ban from these players so far. So I would. How do you feel about this actually? Like, because I would assume we're going to see Hunter banned a lot, but are there a lot of lineups that are going to leave it up? Because arguably, at least for me, Hunter's the best, if not one of the best decks right now.
So I think, again, I'm going to talk about this as if this tournament is the only tournament. I think that for the Hunter thing, you had three choices. You could ban Hunter, ban Warlock, or kind of just not target either, just let them get away with it and worry about the other two decks. And this seems to be a soft target on the Warlock in this matchup, and just let the Hunter go. Just didn't like the Cliff Dive for whatever reason. I haven't got my Cliff Dive matchups quite so down as the other two. But it looks like Shaxy went with, okay, you can't do much about these decks, they're too good. Let's do a soft target on the Warlock and see how we go there. So big deal if they have opened up with the Mirror. If Gyu can get the Warlock out there, I think he'll be favoured in the matchup. If he loses this, I think he'll be unfavoured. Strong opinion, go 1-0 up or 1-0 down, favoured or unfavoured, but that's where I am on this one.
Okay, well, looking at this, we are going to have the Warlock matchups here. Just checking out the opening hands, but both decks, at least a quick glance, as again with a triple region tournament today, we've got a lot of deck lists to look at. But at a glance, looking extremely similar at least. I think there's potentially is that like a Hellfire difference or something in here? But anyway, minimal differences so far. But overall, how focused are the players just going to be on landing those locations? Is that the sort of the base level win condition in this matchup? Whoever gets them down quickest to then proc the Giants?
Yeah, get your 8-8 down and hit them with it, and then hope that's enough. There's ways around it, obviously. Get your caverns down, make more 8-8s. But yeah, 8-8 to the other person. You can see they're both keeping the Dryads in their opener to fetch the Giants. Gyu has the Nidus Worm, which is going to fetch, presumably, a good chance of another location, good chance of getting those consumed as well to maybe make 8-8s. There's very few, I think it's 7 Zerg cards in these decks. 2 consumes, 2 of each location. Kerrigan, I think that's right. I might have missed one. Oh, the other Nidus Worm, I guess. And yeah, just hit him. Also worth pointing out, we didn't do sort of the player introductions as much because I was waffling about lineups on the weekend, but Gyu has played in the last 3 World Championships in a row.
Pretty impressive, I guess.
It's not bad, is it?
It's all right.
And Shaxy's been around for a very, very long time. Yeah.
Was in Grandmasters now. What didn't feel like a long time ago actually is a long time ago now for Grandmasters.
Where did those 7 years go, honestly?
Don't. We did see Gyu, though, get the location down first, help clear off the 1-1 and pound on a little bit of pressure. Shaxy is going to respond with the spawning pool. For me, not the... If you had to pick which location you get in this scenario, I think Gyu's slightly ahead here. Being able to potentially generate the additional 8-8 later on with the Ultralisk Cavern. But still, any location is better than nothing, because Shaxy will just be trying to keep up with Gyu now.
Yeah. The Dryads fetch specifically either one of your 2 Giants or your Ceaseless. So you having both of those down with the locations. Specifically the locations that are making 8/8s as well. Absolute nightmare for him. He can, of course, try and get his Ceaseless down to playable. You'd be surprised how quickly that gets to 0 with all these Zergs flying around and goodness knows what else happening.
Next turn does potentially line up okay for Shaxy because you'll be able to create the rushing Zerglings and have Horizon's Edge and then basically repeat proc over and over again. Which is definitely going to help. That's the other location that can like mega accelerate your Giants, right? So already having a reborn minion on board, which is going to help a little bit, and then have those Zerglings with Rush to press the location on the spawning pool. So Shaxy actually not in too bad of a spot right now.
Yeah, Gu's Dryad missed as well, hit his own Ceaseless rather than his 67% chance of hitting the Giant. So yeah, this is where things turn around quickly. This is obviously the point of the deck as well. Like Raven just pointed out, you get the rushing Zergs, you get to use Infinite Horizons Edges, you get to play your Giant for 0 very rapidly.
And also, because Q didn't go for Consume, didn't proc the AA or anything like that, it means that Shaxy actually didn't get the massive repeat location proc on Horizon's Edge because there was nothing to trade the Zerglings into. So Q now does have a few options. Could still go for pushing out 8/8s this turn. Looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, he's also just got to think about it, right? Because Shaxy is down to 19. Horizon's Edge can do 15 in some situations as well. Like, suddenly there's a lot going on. It makes some 8/8s, make Shaxy worry is probably the best.
Yeah, and he can do it all, right?
With Hellfire, there's so much.
Just land Horizon's Edge and still proc everything.
Yeah, a lot of the times the question is how do I get more Horizon's Edges off, or how do I get fewer? Like, do I want to kill the minion first, or do I want the Horizon's Edge to leave a minion up so I can trade into it? You'll see a lot of weird calculations, not necessarily in Gu's position here, but probably in Shaxy's as to exactly how to get the max procs sometimes. Or do you just want to get the max damage? You know? Here we go, though. Look at the state of this. Plays the Zerlings to defend from the other Horizon's Edge, obviously.
Yeah, it starts, as you said, it starts to get really weird, doesn't it? Because you want to maximize Horizon's Edge to the Horizon's End to the face, but it can be very tricky because then the more stuff you're putting on board, the more things your opponent has to trade into. Because this spawning pool is still on that last charge, which means its Death Rattle is going to activate the rush for the Zerglings.
Yeah, I think Shaxy's just got to work out all of his mana here. I think you probably start with that table flip.
Yes, I would guess so.
But if
there's
you've got
table
mana
flip,
left
there's
over,
even Corpsicle, right?
Yeah.
There's table flip, Corpsicle, and then you've got double Zerglings can go, right?
Yeah, and you've got to decide whether you want to. If you've got a mana left over, you can squeeze in a tap as well, which is what he's done.
Yeah, so this will reduce the amount of Zerglings that can be played now, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if the...
It's the same. It's so hard. You've got to work out when you want to Corpsicle as well, you know.
Yeah.
In advance.
It definitely gets tricky, because then you have to, like, well, what are the odds on this hitting that, this doing this? It can get a little bit weird.
Yeah, it looks like he's got
Okay, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine.
Fine, though. But, yeah, this is fine, but he's gone through the Horizon's Edge. He's only got one Giant, and Gu now has his own Zerg turn. He has his own 8/8 coming with Rush from the other location. He probably has a good chance at lethal here if he can order everything correctly. Three in hand.
So yeah, this would be what you would go the Ultralisk first. Then
yeah, it looks like it's
proc
not lethal.
then prop the spawning pool, put one Ling in, and see, it gets really weird, doesn't it? Yeah, it gets so awkward with the order of how things die, and if this hits that and that hits this. I think this is the correct start, and then you just Horizon's Edge and go, okay, yeah, this is fine, because the problem is you can't do. Oh wait, no, is this okay? This
it
plus
depends on your definition of okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's lethal, isn't it? Yeah, Hellfire, and then click again. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay, cool. That's good.
You know, at the start of the turn, when I said this is lethal, I didn't know how to lethal it. Gyu knew how to lethal it. I had no idea. I just knew it was lethal from watching it enough times. But
yeah, it does get complicated, especially when you're looking at the mirror, because basically what you just saw is kind of what both players want to do to each other, but then they know they want to do that, so they play around it, and then it depends where Horizon's Edge hits, what order you kill these things in to be able to prop. But I think you did really well there, because it was the clear Horizon's Edge to maximize the amount of charges you can use, but then got hold of what was it? Was it Eat the Imp on one of the Zerglings, and then the Hellfire on the other one with the 3 damage to absolutely maximize the procs there. So really, really good play there from Gyu. You can tell, again, this Warlock deck is one of the more popular decks you are very likely to run into on ladder, for example. No doubt these players have practiced a million games. So yeah, those sort of interactions is something you figure out quite quickly that you need to know, because that's how you win games with this deck, right? You want to absolutely maximize damage because it looks really strong, and there is Kerrigan in there as well for some extra push. But outside of that, there's not much else the deck has, right? You make your giants, you push with your locations, you might have Kerrigan stuff. That's your lot to win every game with. So
yeah, some
really good
corpsicles thrown in.
Yeah, a couple of corpsicles.
That's more for the longer games, yeah.
Yeah, so really good start there. Taking a win with the Warlock Mirror. Not too bad at all. And it looks like Gyu's going to jump over to the Hunter.
Yeah, let's have a look at Gyu's Hunter. I think...
Like, right, which Hunter? It's just the regular Discover, right? Yeah, because it runs Precise Shot.
Yeah, this is what I'm going to refer to as real Discover Hunter, because I'm a snob when it comes to my Hunter decks. Yeah, none of this Zerg nonsense. Just good old Hunter with Precise Shot, I think, is where most people settled eventually after removing sort of Incendious and Bob and all the other expensive clunky stuff that was in the deck. Precise Shot's a bit weird because it costs 2, but it pushes 5. Sometimes you just point it at their head. You don't need to do any clever discovering. You can reduce it sometimes. It's just the card of choice to add a bit more damage to the deck. This is an aggressive deck. It's not a combo deck.
And then in response, though, if you were here watching Vision not too long ago, we are going to be seeing this Armor Demon Hunter from Shaxy. So this is going to be... It's probably the complete opposite scale of what we expect, right? So you're going to see maximum defense go up against what could be argued as one of the most aggressive decks in the game, right? Even though it looks slower with all the Discover, you are just blasting your opponent in your face, in the face over and over again to try and just end the game with a lot of just direct spell damage, or spells 2 damage phase.
Yeah, I think this might go in 2 phases. I think we'll see Gyu try to just win the game, which is what people try and do when they play Hearthstone. Quite early, remove some board, hit Shaxy very, very hard and very quickly. And if that fails, we'll see it go into the other mode where you play your Grifter, you miss deal 6, so you bounce it back to your hand, and then you do it again, and eventually you hit deal 6. And then you make sure you bounce your Pupil back, so it's got a deal 6 in it. And then you play your Scouts and get more deal 6s. And then you play your Niri, and you point as many deal 6s as you can at your opponent's face until hopefully they explode, or they don't, maybe, depending on how much armor they've got. So I think we'll see both versions of that happen here.
Although Shaxy getting off to a pretty good start, right? The early ship pieces looking really good, putting some pressure on. Gyu's going to now have to defend a little bit, because it's always a weird one, right? Where when you think of the starships, it's like big, massive ships, gaining tons of armor or having tons of value in them, which is true. But also, if you just play out those things on curve, you start to see a bit of a problem, right? Because you can just overtake the game early. Very similar to when you look at the Death Knight builds of Starship, we saw the Shaman stuff earlier today in the first match, right? Where just having those things on curve, generating these pieces, is actually good enough to push a lot of decks off the board.
You went for and missed the other win condition this deck has, one of the other win conditions, which is get +2 health on your minions. Play Niri, play +2 health on your minions, and Niri never dies. Like, you, against this board, obviously you have to set it up a little bit, but went for that play and didn't hit the +2s. And so one of the other cheaty little options has gone out of the window there.
Oh, it does look like we have a spectator issue. That's not just me, is it, Lorinda? Are you having the same, where the attacks didn't happen?
Yeah, I'm just seeing things
okay.
being hovered over and cards sort of appear on the screen that aren't moving. And now we've got sideways
there we
weapon,
go.
sadly.
Just had a slight issue there. We will just get that fixed and jump back in. We do apologise, and unfortunately for us, the spectator is a little bit finicky sometimes, so we'll get that fixed as quickly as possible. It did concern me for a split second where I thought, Shaxy's attacking in the wrong order here, and he's not going to get the good trades, but Shaxy's been here and done that before, so yeah, we know he's going to be good. So we do get back into the game. We do apologise for that, but as you can see, what Shaxy did basically was just trade and push damage with the Starship pieces. Hughes sort of fought back a little bit here with the use of the potion and the weapon by the looks of things, because there was a potion in the hand, and now there is not, but Shaxy still piling on the pressure.
Yeah, and it matters, right? Like, it matters so much. What you want to do as the hunter here is just play your Niall, be left alone. You know,
let me just do my stuff. It's like in fighting games when your opponent, it's just better than you, and they just keep hitting you, and you're like, no, let me do a combo. Let me just stop hitting me for a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't where Gear would preferably be, but has now dealt with the problem. But yeah, you pointed out, like, you can get out of control quickly, and for a moment there, Gio had to do things exactly like that. Things he didn't want to do, but he's decided to make a 10-10 Niall.
Which I've heard is pretty cool. That costs 1, yeah.
It's large.
Bear in mind, though, although yes, Shaxy's been pushed off the board, this deck isn't an aggro deck that he's playing, right? So if he gets, no, he's pushed off the board, he just has like 3 or 4 ship pieces built in now, and now he can play the slower game if the push doesn't completely work, right? So it's not like Shaxy's, falling behind. The threat is obviously the 10-10 on the board is, and the Neri, of course, are the threats that need dealing with, but losing the board isn't the end of the world right now.
Right, so the mishap will deal with the Niri if he wants that to be his turn and take 10, which he probably doesn't want to do, but it was there. Probably if you leave Niri up for any length of time, stuff can go badly.
Oh yeah, especially the combination of Neri being alive and the hero power being active from that hell, right? Like, that's the problem as well, because they can effectively cherry pick what they want. However, Starship going to come down and start cleaning up the majority of this mess here for Shaxy.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody who knows where the Starship button is, unlike me. Just sits there, doesn't it? It just occupies the board space for the whole game, and then you lose and complain about it.
Why did I lose this game?
Yeah. If only I'd spent 5 mana on that really good 5 mana thing in the middle of the screen. So yeah, you getting some value up here. Decision time.
Yeah. Probably going to be Grifter, yeah. Makes sense. It's important to note as well that Shaxy does have this Rest in Peace in hand, which is going to be pretty interesting in the near future, I imagine.
Hence the shards, right?
Yep.
You're just trying to end it right now with you can't do anything, I can.
And this is what you were talking about earlier, right? Where Hughes stabilized a little bit. Obviously, that Starship's still a bit scary, but overall stabilized. Putting pressure on, and now there's the double Grifter. There's the precise shot in hand, obviously not very precise at the moment because it's on the left, but there is now you switching gears to, okay, let's end this. I'm going to start generating damage.
He has to end it, right? He's lost his Niri, so he doesn't have the super long game in him anymore. Not that you want to go to the super long game against this deck anyway, but it's not there for him. So
the positive, though, there is 0 defense crystals, right, in this ship.
Yeah.
So there's no, at least, dramatic armor gain available right now, even if there's a way to like res it or copy it or do whatever. There's no armor gain. It's such a more aggressive ship than we're used to seeing out of this deck, right?
Yeah, but Gyu has 3 chances if he wants them as well to try and steal it with the grifters. We're going to see quite a lot of steely grifters today, I think. Because there's a lot of giants and big stuff about. So.
But now, this could just be Steel Crystal win, right?
Yep. Steel is lethal.
Could still drop the Discover first, just to see what's available.
Got to count how much mana you've got.
Yeah, well, if you're playing Grifter, you've not got mana to really do anything else, right? So Hero Power could come down.
Missed everything.
Oh, wow, yeah, that is...
That's
so bad.
I've seen that Grifter so many times, honestly.
Like, is this...
No deal 6, no steal.
You don't really want to pick heal either, because...
I mean, draw? You don't, but...
I don't know if it's draw, because it's got the hand space.
Draw's often the default bad one, because your opponent doesn't get much from it.
Oh, that is so brutal to just miss as hard as you can possibly miss with a Grifter.
Is he going to bounce a shard, do we think, and freeze the...
yeah, I can see it.
Again? That's what I'm going to do. Because
yeah,
you've got
like
another go next turn with the Grifter again if you do this. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Yeah. And this is why it was smart to not press the Hero Power first. I thought we were just going to go for max potential damage and put stuff in the way. But yeah, if you can bounce the shard and refreeze, then that's going to look pretty good here.
Yeah.
Very interesting pause screen. Oh, there we go. It's paused now. That's all. We will get
Match
this.
pause.
Hopefully...
Hit you.
Yeah.
I'm
You
pausing.
stay still a
Time
minute.
out. Time out. Stop hitting me.
Looks like Shaxy's just. I'm gonna assume it's Shaxy. I don't know actually, but someone is. Someone's paused. Need to reconnect for a second, so we'll get that looked at and sorted as quick as we can. But a really close game there, honestly, because we saw Gyu. If he just hit the steal, game's over. There's another go at it in the next turn, of course. But Shaxy, especially with the Arcanite Crystal down, if it was just like survive another turn or two, and then you can start stabilizing from there, right?
I think with the precise shot, deal 6 was probably lethal as well. So.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, I keep forgetting there was a 10-10 on board. It's just
It just hit them for 10, and there's a lot going on then. Hit them for 10, and your weapon can kill the armor gain. So
yeah,
I think that might have been lethal. I didn't quite add it up in time, but looking good for 2-0 to Gyu here.
Yeah, but then again, I think something we are going to expect to see, or at least I expect to see over the course of today, is Hunter winning a lot of games. I think it's just in a great spot. I also think multiple Hunter decks are in, because there is the Zerg version of the Discover Hunter, which I still think is good, more like location-based, similar to the Warlock we saw. And then there's also... I can't recall now because I've looked at too many deck lists. At least in yesterday, there is the Imbue Hunter, right? Which is
I think there should be loads in America.
Yeah, I think there's some, but because I don't have them in front of me, and we're gonna see Imbue Hunter next. Like, I don't want to promise anything because off the top of my head, I'm losing track.
A quarter of the field brought it in America. So
there you go. Yeah,
so there's a good chance that they got there. I think.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they did.
I feel like Hunter's going to win a lot of games today, but we can see we are back in the game. We do apologize about that, but nothing progressed, right? Yeah, this is the same. Yeah, nothing progressed except I think, this is Shax's turn now, yeah.
We're waiting on the, I mean, we might not even need it, but the potential second attempt at griftering for lethal, if it's even needed. Which, looking at this, it might not be.
So is this... Yeah, this doesn't work, right? Like, there's the carnivorous cube.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This is the plan, but this doesn't... Does this even achieve enough? No, it doesn't. Yeah, that's what I saw the plan. I did talk about, the res earlier on, but it just, again, no taunt, no crystal involved, and I think you did a really good job of just utilizing the freeze, right? It was like, I'll freeze it. It can't do anything. It's not got taunt. I don't need to punch through it. So let it just sit there, right? And then it's available if you need it from the Grifter Steel, which then just wins the game, which is fantastic. And if you don't get the Grifter Steel, it's not hitting me or trading for a million. So a really solid gameplay there. We did just sweep back in there just to see the last turn, but Shaxy just couldn't really deal with it. So good start for Shaxy in that game, but Gyu just managed to just end it so quick with that Niri Nael turn.
Yeah, Gyu now does have the Warrior. This is the... Again, back to that initial day sort of tier 1 or level 1 deck build. This is the 4th deck in the lineup. The other 3 were kind of the givens. Again, as it goes on, this is going to sound like nonsense because, you know, at deck submission time for APAC, it was given that you would bring those 3 decks plus 1 in a lot of lineups. And already you're seeing people like Shaxy were trying to counter that. But Warrior in this deck lineup is the 4th deck. And so... that is the deck that Shaxy... He was hoping to play on the Warlock because of the lineup, but this is the deck he will hope to play on because it's just slightly less strong than the others.
It's probably the deck in this meta that's changed the least as well, right? It's pretty much Warrior that we saw beforehand, nothing too crazy. One thing to mention that Murozond Unbounded is in this list. Which at least wasn't necessarily always the case, right?
Right.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. Good timing. It's in the hand now as well. And the reason why that's in and why I think it's a good bring is we spent most of this morning talking about how defensive and high armor players can get with some of these decks. Well, guess what? Murozond doesn't care. He hits you for infinite. And with obviously the sort of time warp turn that you look for with the Quest Warrior, you can pretty much guarantee that it's going to happen. So really good there to end some of these awkward matchups with high health totals in that late game scenario. So looking good there for you. Shaxy, though, of course, going to be on this Demon Hunter once again.
Yeah, this could go long because the Warrior might not kill him, and then he might have infinite, and like you say, then no one cares because of the Murozond. The thing that mainly changed in this lineup was the Chemical Spill Tortola is back.
Yeah.
Again, there's going to be a lot of mixed feelings. A lot of these cards were nerfed for some reasons. So, a week of cards being unnerfed, certain people are going to have certain feelings about some of these cards. Me being one of the certain people when it comes to Tortola Chemical Spill.
By people, I mean exactly me.
Specifically myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whining via proxy about a card in a card game.
Much better start, though, for Shaxy. Again, difficult to say because we've just been talking about Murozond, but has the crystal on curve, right? So that box can just be ticked, right? The crystal's down. Great, and this one's going to start buffing all this attack, which is going to be pretty nice, but mainly crystals down, putting pressure on. Now the rest of the game sort of just plays out as you'd expect.
It does, except there's a lot of damage being done, and without a 5-drop, which there again, with the Chemical Spills, there's more ways of defending yourself on turns 5 and 6 now. But without the removal, things could get nasty there sometimes. This Cane in hand, obviously a good way to bypass the Tortola should Shaxy get enough stuff early. Which he might well do with all this going on.
Yeah, no Wind Fury in the ship yet, right? Yeah, it's just the buff and the crystal, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I've forgotten how to track ships, Raven. It's been a while.
I never learned. That's my secret. You can't forget things that you never knew.
That's good. You're going to be fine when you get older, aren't you?
Yep.
I've forgotten everything I ever knew, and you're just going to be fine.
Yeah, Ham looking like the straightforward play here. There was the armor option with the Crocs, but not really too relevant. Chomp in the second crystal. Okay.
Yeah. We do have to count lethal every turn. It's not lethal. Can confirm.
Trade into a cube, not the end of the world.
Yeah, that seems like the play.
But it is interesting because Shaxy does need to be fairly aggressive, right? Because you just can't win the late game because Murozond exists.
I mean, your ship does get super big.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean, though. Like, Shaxy can't do the armor thing, right? You can't rely on the armor thing. You can in other matchups, because Demon Hunter's armor can go so high because they just endlessly generate crystals. but you can't rely on that in this matchup because of the double turn Murzond from Gyu. So it is something he will have to be aware of. Now, obviously, I'm saying this while Shaxy is pushing Gyu up down to 16 health, right? So he's very aware of playing aggressive, but it's just something we need to keep our eyes on as the game moves on. Tons of armor gain now for Gyu.
Yeah. That's so much armor, my goodness.
Yeah, and card draw as well, if he goes for the Crocs.
Box into For Glory. Very important in this meta. Stops a lot of big stuff from doing nasty things, especially Imbue Hunter. There's loads of ways around it, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's good at stopping chunky stuff in this meta.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, you just take his time. The problem here is you can't do everything, right? You've got to just take your pick about what exactly he wants to achieve here. So he's going to go for the card draw. I like this because I think if you went any other way, like next turn, there's nothing else to do. But now the decision of does he want to drop Bulwark or does he want to just shield slam the 5/6?
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. Or just press the button.
Or neither. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Did draw the brawl as well, so that's definitely something to consider.
18, 19, I think there's 20 damage there or something. It's a lot of damage. We've got to very much keep an eye on this Kane. And that is one thing about this meta. There's a lot of games that look like they're going to go for ages, and a lot of them do go forever. And then suddenly you're just dead. And I think this might be a you're just dead turn. Hang on. 17, 21? Can you get there with the ooze? No, not enough mana.
I don't think so, yeah, I was going to say. And here's a bit of a tricky one against Warrior, isn't it? You could say, okay, well, Exodar this turn and Kane next turn, maybe. But Warrior has the removal to just delete a board. So you can't. It's so hard to build up over the course of multiple turns.
Yeah, they've got Zilliaxes, and now they've got hydration stations. Well, we're going to see a lot of hydrating today. And we're going to need to be hydrating because we're going to be here for 12 matches, and it's only the second one.
You're going to go down, makes sense, proc, and then, then the chain reaction begins at this point, right? This is where things start to get silly.
Yeah, this is cool because he gets the damage from the tourist. My goodness. It's just infinite nonsense on both sides, isn't it? The best kind of nonsense. How do you even structure these turns? Like, work out which resources you need to save and which ones you can expend is really tough sometimes in these warrior decks.
Because the problem as well is, it's like, oh, you can brawl. It's like, yeah, the board will stay the same.
Yeah,
so
I won't have anything
what does
anymore.
that do? Yeah, brawl is just likely to lose you the board instead of gain you the board.
Yeah, it's so weird.
So yeah, I imagine that just remove the threats that aren't going to generate more threats straight away.
Counting again, mate. You can't stop me from counting every single turn. So it's 20, and now we can play an ooze. Is it 27? It's 27. It's so frustrating, isn't it, against Warrior sometimes, where you're counting every turn and you're 5 off lethal or 3 off lethal or 1 off lethal, and you know that you can't just do that because they'll just be on 30 again next turn, and you won't have your stuff anymore that you've got one use of. Chemical spill less useful when you've already done the sort of the early game stuff.
Yeah.
This is what you were talking about. The brawl, not so good here.
It does nothing, does it? I guess it gets a card out your hand. But yeah, I like the bulwark here. Just let them just hit you 4 times, like whatever.
Take 15. Can't do that again next turn, though. That's a lot of stuff.
Yep. And not quite getting there. Still, an extra turn away from having the quest.
Yeah. The bulwark's gone.
The good thing here, at least to an extent for Q, is there is a kind of a maximum damage, right? Because the board's full. So there's not... you can fairly accurately work out how much damage is available for Shaxy each turn.
Good thing is there's a maximum damage, I do agree. The bad thing is it's a lot.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But yeah, absolutely get what you mean.
Okay, so this is going to generate the crystals, and the hostile invader is going to clear the crystals and Divine Shield, which is going to keep Q relatively safe for a turn. And again, remember, this looks messy, but Q doesn't care necessarily about how much armor Shaxy has. It's kind of irrelevant.
What he really needs right now isn't that.
Is this? See, I don't know what the ship's at, so I've definitely not been counting.
It's at large.
The ship, I don't know if it's lethal, but if it's not lethal, I'll tell you now it's close.
It's 1 mana off, right? Oh, just
No, there you go. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. 34.
So I was just trying to work out oozes. Yeah.
Oh, right, no. Yeah, this is just kill them. Shoot the guns.
Yeah. It's got to be easy.
Yeah, of course, yeah. That's why I was saying, like, I didn't want to say it was lethal, but I had that sneaking suspicion that there was 8 million damage on that ship, so really good game there for Shaxy. Fighting back now, getting a win there with the Demon Hunter, which is huge. But again, it's one of those tricky ones where there was enough damage pushed through early, and because Warrior can't accelerate to its end game, because its end game is fixed with the quest, that's a real problem, right? It can't do what like Druid can do, for example, where say, well, I'll ramp and then I'll start playing the things I shouldn't be able to play now. Warrior really needs to sort of just wait it out, and that's quite hard to do when your opponent just has infinite board presence regardless of pretty much anything you do. So good play there from Shaxy, bringing this back a little bit, but Q has still got 2 more chances in this match.
Yeah, I think the Warlock matchup is roughly 50-50. I think people say it's Warlock favoured, and it might well be, but it's one of those sort of, sure, it's close matchups. For me, I think this Death Knight is probably the weaker link. It doesn't have quite the ongoing ridiculousness, even though it has got all the ships that can, make more ships and make more stuff. It doesn't have quite the nonsense that the Demon Hunter has going for it, and I think this might be the hard part for Shaxy.
Looks like he has a fairly solid opening though. Just catching this opening hand here. Has Spawning Pool into Guiding Figure and Nidus Worm as well. So if you're gonna do a good job here, this is the one to do. Gonna coin out the 2 drops. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, gonna pile the pressure on. Doesn't really need the coin for anything specific, especially with this hand. 2 drops and an Nidus Worm, that'll basically sort you out for the foreseeable future here.
Yeah, Elise there as well. Significantly weakened Elise, but still good. Going to be honest with you, Raven, I think I can probably only name like 2/3 of the Elise changes. I just remembered it was a lot worse now.
I think the main one is copy on one doesn't exist.
Yes,
right?
that's the important one, yeah.
And then raptors, you just summon less raptors, right?
Yeah.
On the big ones. So
I was amused that the 10 drop raptors were reduced because you never got all 6 on the board anyway. It was never enough space. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably at least the most common ones you'll see impacted. Okay, he's going to curve very smoothly into Arcanite Defense Crystal here. Q does have some way to fight back with this 3-5. There's Chemical Spill available.
Yeah, there's a
Oh,
lot
go for it,
available
okay.
here.
Go for card draw instead.
Yeah, his hand wasn't doing much, was it?
Yeah, that's fair.
He kind of had the board under control to at least some degree. So he took the chance to get the draw in while he could.
Also got a
Nothing
pretty
to go with
early Kerrigan potential for next turn for Shaxy as well, which can
Yeah.
be quite nice.
It's shocking, isn't it? You see Kerrigan at 6 mana in most games. Now. It's like, what is happening? She's quite good at 6 mana. She's quite good at 8 mana. And for 10, of course, there's worlds where that gets played turn 7 or 8. There's also worlds where you just play it on turn 10, and who cares? Plenty to do before then.
Yep, and there's the Tortola. Coming down, going to cause a bit of a problem here for Shaxy. Going to work out a good way to hit through.
Something he did very well last game, actually, was get through the Tortola. You know, I was sitting there counting Kane every turn, and Shaxy just sat there and went, well, I can get through this Tortola. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Reps of this matchup. Obviously, one of the other things about this tournament we haven't mentioned much today is these players only have to play one match today. It's winning into the Masters Tour. And they've known all night, the best part of 24 hours, they've known what their matchups are going to be. So they've had a good time to practice these exact lineups against each other. Which I like, by the way.
Yeah, I think it's the it's that balance in these types of tournaments where day one during the Swiss, you're gonna run into what you're gonna run into, right? It is what it is. But then when you make that top cut, it's sort of more like refined. Of like, okay, yeah, here's your opponent, or here's your potential next 2 to 3 opponents.
Yeah.
Those are the lineups you look at, hyper focus on those, right?
Yeah.
So I like the way it does test sort of both sides of the coin in that instance. Oh, does have more ramp, but Ham looks pretty decent here to start chomping as well.
I'm a big ham fan. The same way you're a big cheese fan.
Yeah.
I do like to start just eating my opponent's stuff. You'd always eat something completely useless, obviously, but that's just me. This Brawl Tortola synergy doesn't seem very good, has it, in the last 2 games?
Yeah, like Brawl, I don't think it's ever Brawl. I think it's working out if it was ramp or not, and does ramp get them to anything decent?
Yeah.
But I don't think it really gets them anywhere that's needed right now on next turn specifically.
Yeah, you also have to work out, do you want to put a ham in your Resurrect pool?
Yeah.
Of course, you've got better things that go in there.
Also a little bit tricky as well. A lot of the times you'll see these players not playing Kerrigan on curve, because a lot of the time you actually want to like play Kerrigan, summon the queens, and then play maybe some Zerglings and then press hero power, right? And just to try and push a decent amount of damage. Whereas playing it and then not pressing hero power that same turn feels kind of bad because you've kind of wasted the summoned. Zerg, which is a bit frustrating.
Yeah, not so much against Warrior, but sometimes your two fights
Yeah.
might actually live for an extra turn as well.
Yeah.
So you don't really want to play them into a board. So I like cards like that are, you know, you can play it now if you want, but should you? That's kind of the essence of a card game. I like
Hear me out.
Okay.
Tempo Morozond.
Just Tempo Morozond.
I mean, it looks like Shaxy's struggling to deal with the big boy on the board right now.
It's a possibility.
Oh,
There you
he's
go.
doing it!
Nice
Let's
work,
go.
Raven.
Me and Gyu, most people do say you're at the same wavelength, the same playing level.
I've heard them talk about you and Gyu.
Yeah.
Oh! Wakener off the top. That's a lot. If Shaxy wants to get that Wakener down with the
Yeah.
Maladar. And Trust has got to do all the
Just say,
calculations. You
"Oop."
get it wrong, you die.
Yeah. Oh, it is tricky, isn't it? Oh. There is Threads. What does Threads achieve? Threads probably does enough, right?
I mean,
Right.
yes, probably, but also...
Like Threads. Oh no, okay. So hang on, what are we doing? Summon a copy and discover a spell. Oh, okay. It costs 7 less. Oh,
Gotta go.
suffocate. Okay. Okay. That worked out very well, but I think it could have gone very wrong.
There was always a Threads in the bank, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe.
Yeah, I didn't add up the Threads too quickly, but there's Threads, and then Kerrigan could deal 3, right? So Threads would need to do 5.
Yeah, it might not have been enough.
I respect it though. I respect the Tempo Morozond.
Yeah, it worked out well. So obviously the Bulls are better in this match than in the previous one because you haven't got infinite lineups of...
Because it does something.
Yeah, it actually clears some minions off the
Yeah.
board.
Instead of I brought a full board. There's still a full board. Which doesn't quite normally work out too well. Also as well, important to note that whilst Morozond, very cool, I wouldn't say needed as much in this matchup. And I do like the play though, I must admit. Because if that just doesn't get cleared, which you could say it's fairly, was difficult for Shaxy or should have been difficult for Shaxy to clear, Q just wins and it's just done. 3-1, right? So I definitely like the play.
What do you think of this play? This is why I'm so bad at Warrior, by the way.
Well,
Just
yeah,
float 5 when you're going to take a million and you've got a Brawl in hand because you need it for more important things. I get it, but oh my god.
I think the thing here is you sort of take a million. However, there's a 1-1 on board, there's a location, there's a starship that isn't doing anything, and then a 2-3 and a 3-2. So it's probably, if you brawl, it does buy you that turn, but then are you going to get hit even harder the turn after when you can probably expect some big taunts, some death rattles, or maybe the ship gets played? Because this also, to an extent, is stopping Shaxy playing the starship, right? Because you're not going to prop the starship into this, and then it just gets brawled.
Yeah, it's just cool.
Yeah, and
Remember
you
the old
can't
Yarla
Exodar
days
it.
on Warlock?
Yeah.
When we got to the hang of the fact that Yarla wasn't going to play any cards at all ever and still win. And even knowing that, he still played fewer cards than we thought he was going to every time.
Oh, yeah. It was like you had to prise the cards out of his fingers to be able to play anything.
Yeah. Okay. Still on 32.
Yeah, I think Q wants to be able to use the brawls and maybe shield slam with the Crocs to be able to survive that crossover turn of getting quest activated and then building up for the lethal turn, right? He just still needs the tools to survive. And those boards in the past 2 turns were about as light as the boards are going to get, because now we see that there's the massive starship, going to redo all the pieces, going to go again, has the location open as well. These are the big boards that now Q needed to save an answer to.
Yeah, and it's fascinating, isn't it? The totally different style of playing. Even though you're still playing lots of starships against the same deck that you were just doing a minute ago. Like this time, you go for repeated starships. You don't need a massive, massive one that kills your opponent. You need several kind of big ones that are going to be repeatedly irritating because of all the annoying death rattles that live in those starships.
Well.
Oh, what a load of dung.
Does Q even need to brawl anymore? I don't know.
Probably, but yeah. Oh my goodness. 2 mana, kill a starship. You're gonna get firm the brawl. Suddenly you've got 1 attack left on the board after all that. It looks so good.
Yeah, not looking too bad.
Let's see here.
It's going to be some kind of... Okay, he's going to take the summon. Trying to go for as much health as possible now that that pesky Murazond is dealt with.
Yeah, we'll be looking for Galvadon now, which is the old way of winning this, right?
Yeah. The old-fashioned way.
Fury. Like we did in the good old days, all the way back.
Hit him with a dinosaur. Definitely the old-fashioned way.
Very old-fashioned, very good weapon. First. See, this is where I wouldn't have a brawl anymore. Because I would have used it some time ago. And I wouldn't have any more health to show for it either, because it's been healed up anyway, so...
Yeah, not the end of the world, because there is still the brawl to buy that 1 more turn, right? But still not really what you're after.
And you are on 42, and they've only got, 26 or something on the board. These numbers are too big. Remember when we used to be able to count the damage on the board by just saying, hey, there's a 4-5 and a 3-4. That's 8. Kind of. This is 7, but we won't worry about it.
Yeah, it's close enough, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Whereas
another
now,
bomb.
You could be out by 15 or something.
Oh, good pickup for next turn.
Yeah. Pockets highlighted this. Corpse explosion is a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's true, isn't it?
Yeah. Not close enough to lethal, I don't think, to go for, personally, but it's a large number. It's counting.
Hurry up.
2, 3. Okay. Also worthy of note that, assuming he's not going to go for that yet.
Yeah.
Shaxy is on 89, and I do remember that when you got to about 85, that was the sort of number where you were sort of, sometimes they couldn't Galvadon kill you. Depending on, exactly what the roles were.
It also depends on the setup, though, as well, right? With, like, if you've got any minions to attack with as well, because there's the solo Galvadon plays, but then there's the, I happen to have these couple of minions left over to do some extra as well. And more bombs here potentially coming out for Shaxy, which is going to be a little bit annoying for you.
Yeah, it might be more than a little bit annoying.
There's a Bulwark available too. It's not the end of the world.
Got some bombs.
Sulphurous goggles. Okay. Needs to gain armor and maybe refresh some crystals. Or just go double armor, I guess. Yeah, that's also a play that can be made.
This time he is in trouble. Gain 10 and get down.
Could just. Oh, okay. Didn't know he was going to go for the bulwark that turn, just to soak, but decided doesn't need it.
Yeah, this time.
And this is probably lethal, right? Yeah, this is should be more than enough.
As long as your thing is still there.
Yeah.
Haven't accidentally blown it up. Everything's fine.
You go, wait, why can't I click it? What's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, there's also, the more bomb shuffled in, so even if it was a slight miss on lethal, somehow it could have been the old bomb off the top to win, but it's not going to matter as we see this pop off.
Stop.
Yeah, got it done. Okay,
Nice
Shaxy fights back to a 2-2 score, and the Warrior having a bit of a struggle in this series for Gu. And I think this was, to an extent, at least, what I gathered from players and just talking to everyone yesterday, of what we sort of expect to see a little bit. Warrior does not feel like the strongest thing in the meta right now by any means. When we look at some of the decks, when you look at Hunter, when you look at Warlock, even when you look at some of these Demon Hunters as well, looking pretty strong. But Warrior might be a bit on the struggle for this time. However, there's still one more game though, and it is going to be going up against that Warlock, which I feel we've not seen for an age, but no, just for a couple of games. So we'll see how that one pans out. I'm just gonna, it is of course, because they played the mirror, didn't they? It is the location Warlock going up. So Warrior will be no doubt aiming to just clear off those giants, remove that pressure, and just say you never get in there. And this might be one of, I don't know, what do you think about this, Linda? Because at least on paper, this feels like one of the better matchups for Warrior, as long as they don't just get ran over.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to 50-50. I think if I had to pick a side, I'd pick the Warlock, honestly. But I think it's either they do it or they don't. And, they do have, the Warlock does have an annoying amount of extra little bits. Shaxy is playing double thingy. You know what thingy is, obviously. Corpsicle. That's the word.
Oh, Corpsicle, yes, okay.
So he has double of that. So a little bit of extra long-term damage there as well. He also has a really good-looking start here. He's going to be able to get both giants a lot of the time, or one giant and his Ceaseless. He's got a lot of presses of the buttons. He's got Eat the Imps. He's got the two important locations as well, I would say.
Yeah,
also so much.
Also as well, there is, and this isn't the case in all the builds, but there is the one Eternal Layover in the deck, which can definitely help out against the big turtle to deal with that. So that's definitely something to consider.
I just long for the day they let you name all the cards, Raven.
Yeah, everyone would
so
love it.
straightforward with
Big
your
turtle. And then someone would be
it's a
like,
big
it's a
turtle.
tortoise, actually. I'm like, oh, right, okay.
Yeah, they would. There
Tomato,
would be
tomato.
somebody on the team every time, wouldn't there, that would do that. Well, actually, it's a hedgehog.
Coin into Horizon's edge. Just going to pile on maximum pressure here. And again, just pressing locations as quickly as possible to get this out, since the 2/1/1s on board are very likely to draw the Giants.
Yeah. And Shaxy's able to eat one of them next turn, if he so desires.
Yeah.
Which will give another press on the Horizon's edge as well.
Yeah, Shaxy going to force the issue now, though. Does get the imp. Which is good, because there's an element where Gyu just says, I'm just not going to kill these 1/1s, so they can't draw you the Giants. So that's pretty solid overall. Obviously, Eat the Imp's going to help out with that, and even going to commit a Corpsicle.
Sure.
Ooh, hit ceaseless, though.
Yeah, I think it was worth it.
Yeah, it does get one Giant out. Could have got both, which is a huge deal, right?
Gyu's on 18, by the way.
Yeah.
He's been hit with 2 1/1 Zergs, I think.
I think no matter how many times I play this deck or any deck that includes the card, but the damage Horizon's Edge does is absurd, right? You forget every time until it happens. You go, oh yeah, I've just done like tons of damage with this thing, either cleared boards or just piled on damage to the face.
Yeah, now of course this deck, as they thank you, Shaxy, the scrapbooking student as well.
Yeah.
Somebody's just have a line of these Horizon's edges. Probably won't happen here because it's only got 2 charges left. But sometimes you have a line of these with like 4 or 5 charges on each one, and they're just pewing away.
Yeah, and this is the tricky bit, because now 0 pressure outside of the location, popping, for 3 or whatever, right?
Yep.
But 0 pressure, and well, what's the follow-up, right? Like, yeah, you can make another location and hit again, but you gained 11 armor, remove the board, and now has the likes of Crocs, Brawl, has Tortola, has Bulwark, and outside of the Giants and summon, and obviously there's the Ultralisk Caverns, but they don't have charge or anything, so they're going to be a bit slow to get going. The deck's not got that much, right, at this point. It sounds a bit silly, but
no,
if everything gets cleared up,
50/50.
like, yeah.
He absolutely needed to win that 50/50. This board would have an 8/8 on it, in theory, if he had won that 50/50. Would make the things be looking very different, or at least Gyu would have less resources in hand.
And now, all these locations get a bit scary because Tortola's on the board, right? So it's like, do I want to press these? Even though my whole deck is built around it? Because it doesn't need to press them anymore. It does have Consume now, so it could go Ultralisk, click, Consume.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see that. We might do.
I mean, what else are you going to do, right?
Yeah.
Like, without Eternal Layover, you can't do anything else, I don't know. Like, you've got to hit through this somehow.
Giving it one turn to...
Yeah, probably
see
just
what
wants to be hit, knowing he can be healed anyway, right? With the Consume, so... kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, one more turn to maybe have a look for a layover. Also gives him a chance to get the student down and copy one of these locations. Yeah, there's just stuff he might want to do. He still has that Bulwark in hand for later as well if things do get out of control, but it's looking alright for him now.
Yeah, armor's going up. More defenses available. Could even just press the button this turn if you didn't want.
I guess he's wondering, when do I ever actually play this Bulwark if I don't play it now? It's not that great now, but my next few turns are sort of 9s and 8s anyway.
I was just thinking, do you just wait till the Horizon's gone?
Yeah, I would want to wait. It's just a case of, and I think he wants to wait, but do you ever play it if you don't play it now? Because the game's probably got 3 or 4 more relevant turns left. And you're playing
and that's the tricky thing, right? We're talking about this, and the Bulwark might be completely irrelevant this game.
Yeah,
so
just
just chuck
it
it in. Yeah.
No, I'm with you in terms of the resource preservation. It's just a case of when's it really played. All right, here we go. This is what he was hoping to get off the top. The extra 8/8s is important. obviously. State the obvious
go.
contest winner.
Okay, can guarantee clear this off now.
He's going to do it this way to get the 3 extra damage to face. Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, you can't use the thing to trade, yeah. The death rattle goes
stupid.
off, yeah. But that's the problem now, right? Like, that's so much juice used from Shaxy that if this board's cleared, you're gonna plop out an 8/8 or 2 for the rest of the game and hope, and Gu's on 1,000,000 health at this point.
He is on a metric million.
And also, the Hostile Invader actually clears this up quite nicely, doesn't it?
It does.
I guess it would cost a shield slam, so maybe you don't want to do that.
It's a wealth of really good options, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, you want to get rid of the 4/4, right? Weirdly, of all the things here, that's the scariest card on the board. Just to make sure there's no more 8/8 mega output. Obviously, you want to get rid of the 8 attack things because they have 8 attack, but yeah.
I'd be really tempted to go with the Invader, but
I like it.
it does eat a lot of removal. So yeah, maybe Brawl Shield Slam's better than Invader. Shield Slam depending on what lives, of course.
Yeah, depending what lives.
One of the Giants, okay.
And if this happens, you probably
Yeah, just get rid of it. Yeah, because there's limited resources available for Shaxy now. I think the biggest question mark is Kerrigan that Q has to think about.
Yeah, there's also this Horizon's Edge with double scrapbook student available now.
True.
Obviously not immediately, but that's a thing he can do over time. Not that he has a lot of time, but you know, that's a potential 45 damage in Horizon's Edges.
True.
Going this way allows him to get 2 8/8s, so nice. This is one of those decks, this Warlock deck, that when you play against it, you go away and go, oh god, lost a no-brain deck. Oh, how do people play this rubbish? And then when you play with it, you look at your hand and go, there's so many things I could do. How does it work?
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. It's also the deck. You look at some of the turns Shaxy's made, and you think against a lot of other decks, you'd have just won.
Yeah,
right?
3 times.
It's just that Warrior specifically just has those tools to just deal with like early threats. That's all.
Yeah, and I feel that this is one of the reasons this is your 4th deck. It's okay, right? This matchup, you can see sometimes Gyu just loses this, and he still might, although it's getting less and less likely, obviously. But you can see how much the Warrior can deal with something that's just a tiny bit slow to set up. But it's not done yet.
Oh no, Shaxy's still doing a really good job of holding on. I think the second generation of the Ultralisks, and then obviously getting Kerrigan, this is now going to get the Lava that can get, you know, whatever to deal more damage with the hero power. There's also the Ceaseless in hand for Shaxy, so the Ceaseless Horizon's Edge, for example, that can help pump out even more damage, like straight to the face. So there are options here. The game isn't over, but it's one of, like, every turn is like, well, if Q just clears this, it's fine.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder to do. Also, just checking, there is only one hydration station in Q's deck. I wondered why we hadn't seen it much yet. There is just the one, which obviously is limiting him a bit. But he is down
Spoke it into
to
existence there.
yeah, no cards in deck, which is always a good spot for this Warrior to be as they approach their quest turn as well.
Did talk about this earlier with Sottle as well, but the Ziliax choice, Gu is using the solo Ziliax, right? So that hydration station's potentially going to pop off harder than it would against just the double Ziliax that a lot of other decks play.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
need to
this
keep
is
an eye on
gonna be
that
nice
through
round.
the day. The Ziliaxes have been very varied.
Well, there's turn 10. Done. Survived.
Done survived. $32.
The cool thing here is for Gu, sorry, is that there's not that much burst damage available from this deck at this point, right? There's the Mystery Zerg, which with Hydralisk, for example, could do some extra burst. There's the Hero Power, which you can roughly calculate, and a Corpsicle. So you can just calculate, oh, will I die this turn? No. Fine, move on, right? So it's not too bad. There's no like massive surprise factors that I can think of anyway.
Yeah. With no rushing Zergs to be able to get like a million shots from your Horizon's edges as well. So you get to where you have to sort of kill your own things, but yeah. It's still very irritating, right? Because over and over again, these turns, you know, Shaxy can clear the board at any point into a hero power, into drop a load of, like you say, mystery Zergs, but they're still there. Gears use a lot of removal. What if he just doesn't put things on the board now as well, so that there's nothing for Ziliaxis to go into? I guess you have to.
Maybe, but you need the damage, yeah. You just got a max damage, right? Because also, you don't know how expensive your Zerg cards are going to be next turn. So you want to just maximize, yeah. Oh, well, that's a good card.
Yeah. I'll have 40, thanks.
Yeah. And the 8 health on the Amara anyway, right, is pretty nice. Like anything to soak damage is quite nice. And that's enough, yeah. Shaxy calls it, knowing that that's going to buy Gu enough time to get to the end state and finish the game. So huge congratulations to Gu there. Shaxy did his best, was nearly on for the comeback. You know, well played overall, I think, but Gu just got there and was just too secure and sort of did what at least I've seen the Warrior do against the Warlock. As soon as they don't get the Giants just thrown out super early, like double Giants, if the Warrior can hit that removal, the game can slow down just enough that the Warrior can just sit on top of it. So pretty solid overall there, Lorinda.
Yeah, and Gu goes to another Masters Tour.
Just expected
only
at this point.
Came 5th on points in APAC this time around. Just only 5th. Yeah, just the 5th place. God, what rubbish! He's so past it. But yeah, he gets through the playoffs convincingly. Really, I know it's a 3-2, but it's yet another win for Gu in a tournament. Yet another great performance. So
and plus all the Swiss from yesterday,
Vision.
of course.
Yeah, obviously, this Swiss, we've got to keep reminding everyone. Shaxy, Gu, all these players you see today have been through 6 rounds of Swiss to get here. The vast majority of them went 5-1 or better.
Yeah, really, really strong performance overall. So again, congratulations to Gu. We are going to go to a break while we set up our next match. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
everybody to the Masters Tour Winter Playoffs. We're on to match number 3 out of 12 that we're going to be showing you today. So dig deep. It's going to be a long, exciting broadcast. And so just calm the pace down a little bit. We'll have Pocket Train. How are you doing, Pocket Train?
Hello.
Great to see you here. Former world champion. It's got to be said once per broadcast. It's done. Never mention it again.
Yeah, okay, good. Otherwise, I was going to have to fit it in somewhere, and that's never a good look. Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. The playoffs always really, really fun. Like the MTs themselves. I've never played one of these playoffs myself. The MTs themselves, an exciting tournament, but I love the playoffs. Like, it's a big, more community feel. You got such a variety of different players, like distinguished players that we've seen compete over and over again, and also some new faces. But these two in particular are absolutely no strangers to this stage, which I just noticed before we came on air. These two are the 2 winners of the first APAC playoff from last year. So they've been here, done this before. They've been in this exact stage before, and they both won. But today only one of them can do that.
That's a bit rough. I guess, we've got to sort of set the story. A year later, they're going to battle it out to see who's the playoff master.
Oh, yeah.
Both pretty good players over their time as well. Suni made a top 8 in Masters Tour Seoul in 2019.
Oh, wow.
That's a long time ago, by the way. I don't know where those years went. We mentioned this earlier.
It feels like yesterday.
And Kwangwoo did actually manage a top 16 at Masters Tour Sunken City. And, of course, played Masters Tour last year with that playoffs we talked about, blah, blah, blah. But they've both been around a lot longer than maybe people realise.
Yeah, I mean, both of them have been fairly close to Worlds before. Like, this is, if you look at it, I was thinking, this, if you look at this stage right now, this is sort of like the halfway point to Worlds if you look at it in sort of match wins. So on average, you kind of have to win 5 matches to get here. And then if you win 1 here, 4 at the MT, then that's Worlds. So, not many players can say they've been this close before. And these guys, it's their second bite at the cherry. Hopefully they can go one better this year after just missing out last year.
I think we see in general, and this actually applies to you as well as anybody else, a lot of these players quite often do take a few tournaments to settle down and sort of get a feel for how tournaments are different to ladder and so on. Obviously, we're talking about 2 players who've been around a long time now, but when you get to that next stage, sometimes that takes a little bit of adjustment. Do you agree with that?
Oh, it's super terrifying. It's like, no matter how good you are, if it's your first time in like a win and in like this, everything sort of goes out the window. You just got to keep your head. That's the main thing. Like, there have been so many times where I've gone into it going, I believe I'm a better player than my opponent, but they just had way more experience in that stage than me, and it just nerves got to me, and I was not myself. But these two, I imagine, should be pretty comfortable at this stage, at this point. And
quickly go through the lineups if you could. I'll go through Kwangwoo's lineup for you. It's the same as Gears. It's the base lineup, basically.
Yeah, it's very much the default for that everyone's expecting. I think going into this tournament, Warlock Hunter by a margin the top 2 decks, and then most people fit in some kind of Demon Hunter. In APAC in particular, the vastly most popular one was Cliff Dive, and then the 4th is just like the deck that can play against Cliff Dive DH quite well. Which Suni's probably quite happy with getting this matchup now with the Warrior. I think the Warrior in particular as the 4th was mostly a hedge towards Cliff Dive DH, and also has plenty of game against both Hunter and Warlock. But I think it's particularly to try and prey on this 3rd deck, Cliff Dive DH, which he's managed to do here.
Yeah, it's not a hard strategy to beat the Cliff Dive, is it? It's get some armor.
Yep. Get some armor. Tortola just is unstoppable, really, for Cliff Dive DH. If you get to that turn 6, like, they've got their turn 6 Cliff Dive. These two probably decent friends by the looks of it. I know that the Korean community has quite strong practice groups, and we've seen quite a lot of them in this top 8. It's like, I think, half of top 8 from Korea here, including these two.
It's good to see. I think we've got 5 players from Brazil later as well, something like that.
Yeah, strong regional dominance in APAC and Americas. It looks like Europe's a bit all over the place, but I think
where
that
do
also
the UK players go?
I don't know. Don't ask. We're on the casting desk now. But I do think the practice groups are a really, really big advantage to have going into a tournament like this with such limited playtest time.
Yeah.
Because then you can get all the ideas condensed quite quickly. Because I think going into this tournament, a lot of people might actually have quite different opinions on specific matchups as well with such limited time. So you can have someone who's just gone into the tournament going, "Oh, I'm bringing Hunter. Hunter beats Warlock," and another person will just go, "Oh, Warlock's favored against Hunter." And they can have the exact same lineup and just have completely different bans because of the way their testing's gone. So it's quite beneficial to have quite a strong community around you to make sure you get as many reps of games as possible.
Yeah, and it's one of those things I've talked about before, which makes it tougher for like the qualifiers to do well, because in general the better players tend to play test with other better players. That's just how it works. That's just sort of the nature of things. And sometimes I don't think a lot of viewers in particular necessarily realise how powerful these playtest groups can be. I was lucky enough to listen into one this time around, and yeah, there's a lot of information exchanging hands very, very quickly in those groups.
Yeah. On the topic of the game though, it's not looking as amazing for Suni as he might have hoped going into this. He mulliganed the quest, which very standard to do. This matchup is all about surviving. The quest is just functionally -1 card. At the point it's ever active, you've already won the game against Cliffdive DH, or you've died. But the game is functionally over by that point. But Quanwu here, he's got his ace card is Cliffdive, and Suni's missing his own 6-mana card to pair with that Tortola later on, which is his main best counter to it. So unless that's picked up quite soon, Quanwu's damage is starting to stack up, especially with this board just keeping chipping away.
Yeah, and the 2/4 Suni won't be killing because it will get the Cliffdive. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
He's lacking critical information.
You're really
They're both in hand already.
not in any hurry to kill this 2/4.
Obviously, having the weapon a big deal for Quanwu as well, because your 8/8 connects face that way.
That was a fantastic top deck, though. It just lets him throw out the brawl, not really worrying about giving Cliffdive now. He just wants to take as little damage as possible because he knows that Tortola, most of the time, will just lock out this game.
He also gets the news about the double Cliffdive in hand.
Yes.
Totally just locks out the game. It's so silly. Here's my 1 card. Boom.
There is a specific scenario where it's not quite enough because Quanwu can weirdly just kill it as well.
Yeah.
Which sucks because you lose so much damage in it. But then if the warrior doesn't have much follow-up to that big chemical spill turn, which we do see quite a lot with this deck, as it's chemical spill Tortola and just a bunch of rubbish that's sort of clogging up your hand and not actually really directly impacting the game. Like there's a quest sitting there, there's a ham, either of those are super powerful. Safety goggles doesn't impact the board, and then there's just a bunch of other expensive clunk like Dracorex and Ziliax. So if this chemical spill doesn't soak up enough and he doesn't have any follow-up to it, then you could see Quanwu's second Cliffdive maybe get him the damage over the top that he needs.
Yeah, because the first one does kill it, right? Almost always.
Probably. Yeah, because if you get Inquisitor, each Inquisitor would be 16 damage to it, because you can face tank, and Briarspawn Drake would be 24 damage to it. So
here we go. And also get the extra try and work out how much damage you can get done with the Drake.
Yes.
To put the Tortola to the lowest number possible here.
It gets a bit weird with this as well, though, because each trade you make gains them 1 armor in return.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised he doesn't know this. He probably does. He's probably just double checking.
It's very counterintuitive. It feels a bit weird. He could have potentially traded the 3/3 in, because that does net a tiny bit more damage, but also at the same time, that makes it a bit more vulnerable to hostile invader.
Yeah, you don't have a 3/3 anymore, so
Yeah, if you traded first, you'd have a 3-1. But then Invader plus no spell trigger clears. It's a very real turn that they could have on turn with 7 mana, just Invader hero power.
But the scenario you said where there's just no follow-up.
Yep. In some ways, it's a blessing in disguise, though, because Suni not having a minion on board is not great for the inevitable Briarspawn Drake that's coming out of Quanwu's deck, because Quanwu knows that he'll definitely pull Briarspawn Drake. He might even pull 2 with the second cliff.
No, one died. It died. He killed it.
It dies on board, but it still goes back into deck afterwards.
Oh, does it actually? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, I thought I was being clever. I tested that to be sure that I knew the interaction yesterday.
I'm pretty sure.
Tested it.
Unless it's changed, because it always used to.
I didn't notice it go back in.
I think I saw
Okay.
it. But,
Probably did, then yeah.
I believe so.
Then yes, it is a bit weird if he gets to both.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the use of the shield slam here. You're not realistically going to be using single target removal on anything in Quanwu's deck, because Cliff Dive will send the big minions back into deck, and then obviously this 3/3, which is higher power, but it's unfortunately elusive, so he couldn't clear that off with a shield slam anyway. And it's just bridging the gap to Ziliax quite nicely.
So yeah, the pause implies you definitely are right here. Otherwise he'd have just ripped it by now, I think.
Yeah. It is awkward though, because if you, it's not that awkward because he's top deck the time loss glaive, so you could cliff dive, hit face, push that 8, and then equip the glaive and hope that there's no either Ziliax or hydration station on the other side. Of course, we can see there are both, unfortunately for Quanwu, but then you can just hope that Inquisitor off the top from hand gets there next turn. But Cliff Dive is a very reasonable hedge. Just consistent sustained damage. Sets up for Inquisitor to hopefully stick next turn.
I saw him sit back. It wasn't being played. I'm like, I hope that's the spectators. Okay, and it was, obviously. That's the turn you suggested, and it's all... Now you've just got to wait and see. And from where he's sat, he's like, oh yeah, my opponent's taking a while. That's good news.
Yeah.
No, it's bad news because your opponents work out which of their wonderful options to use.
The Ziliax is so brutal against Cliff Dive Demon Hunter because neither of your minions can value trade it and push extra damage.
Right. Get very lucky with the sigil.
I think, yeah, that partly might be why he played the cliffside here, to hopefully push through the Ziliax. I think from Quanwu's perspective, that there is a world where he can kill through Ziliax if he top decks the Broxigar portal to send Briarspawn Drake into a 1 health minion and push 11. So I think this was a very good setup to give himself potentially the only out against Suni's best play here. Suni, he's thinking quite a lot because he could have spotted that himself and going, actually, there's a world where I die if I Ziliax here. So I think he's really, really spotted a heads-up play of just dropping the Tortola and going, actually, this blocks damage now. It's great against Sigil of Cinder. Like, that's just healing him instead of dealing damage now. And yeah, second Cliff Dive, he knows is in hand, but also that removes so much damage and just bridges the gap to the Ziliax, and he knows he can't die now.
He might also know the Inquisitor's in hand. He might be able to read that from the way the last turn was played.
Very, very possibly, yes.
There's a lot of sort of weird turn last turn to make sure that 1-drop weapon got played at the end of the turn, whereas normally you just have a hero power if you needed it anyway, so yeah. He won't know for sure, but I have an idea.
Crucially, though, much like Gyu in the previous series, Suni only has the 1 hydration station, so there is perhaps a world where if Quanwu gets through this Tortola, he gets through the Ziliax, and then he can maybe sustain damage for the rest of the game, because Suni does run out of stuff a little bit. The quest hasn't been played. And Demon Hunter can do some some interesting things with the like get a demon from the past. You've got Broxigar. There is actually a world where Quan Wu can still get there, even though Suni drew every single one of his sustain mechanics.
Still not sold. I need to see this go through the whole deck. I'm not sold that went back in. I believe you.
I'm not sold. I'm not sold either, but I do believe me as well.
You're a good person to believe, usually. As long as it doesn't involve, believe that you've not ruined your passport, then we'll be fine. Which you're going to need if BlizzCon coming around. Hearthstone live once again.
Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. That should be fantastic to have someone lift the trophy in person.
It's been a while. Can't wait. Well, this is the better case scenario for Quan Wu that you're talking about. Like try and get through all this stuff.
And with this cliffside here, he can get through the Ziliax and stick an Inquisitor based on what Suni's current hand is. Suni's hand actually can't kill this Inquisitor if it comes down this turn, which I imagine it will.
I grow impatient.
Suni actually really quite needs the quest, I feel like, now. Because Quan Wu's deck...
It's a long way off, isn't it?
It is ages off, but Quan Wu's deck might actually weirdly have more value than Suni's at this point.
So strange. I am glad that the first game that you get to cast, this year, is started off with you always throw the quest because the game is over, and it instantly just goes horribly wrong for you.
Just looking at the rest of Suni's deck, he's got Bob. He's got a couple of hostile invaders. Then apart from that, he's got Shield Slams, Unleash the Crocolisk. He's got just some removal. So he might struggle to keep up with Quan Wu's consistent pressure every turn now.
Might see a Broxigar in like 8 turns' time.
Yeah, he's got the time for it, for sure.
Oh. Please eat a Drake. Oh no, we're never going to find out.
We will never know. Wait, actually, I think I was wrong.
Really?
I think I was wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
I've changed my mind. I think I was wrong about that interaction. It definitely used to work that way, and my head's just stuck in the past a bit.
Drake did get changed multiple times because it worked in very strange ways at times. That's for sure.
Okay,
That's
so
definitely
I have an
a thing that
excuse.
happened.
CCG as well. That's actually a really big deal here. The pressure's not letting up at all. I think Quan Wu might be getting there over the top, even though Suni drew the perfect response to his primary game plan in this matchup.
Yeah.
But it's just
I thought this was over very early.
Yeah.
I must admit.
I think if there were 2 hydration stations, then this probably would be over. But the fact that he only runs 1, and with what seemed like a very heads-up play to stop the only way he dies that turn with the early hydration station, missing the value of resummoning a Ziliax and perhaps a Ham as well, less importantly, may have actually swung this game into Quan Wu's favor.
That's actually silly. Yeah.
This is also...
Because the whole point of this warrior deck is you're sitting duck for a while and
Yeah.
you just survive 11 turns, then you win the game because you have a deck full of nonsense. But if you haven't got a deck full of nonsense, you've just got stuff that is designed to get through the first few turns and you've used most of it. Yeah?
And crucially with this warrior as well, since they're running the chemical spill stuff, they can't run Ceaseless Expanse, which has the recent unnerf, and that's such a major card in this tournament in all the decks it's in. But it's a huge downside of this warrior in particular. And so boards like this, just you can't really mount a counter swing.
Just needs dealing with, obviously. No point red carding it. It will come back at an awkward time for you.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then you'd better win in 2 turns.
Well, you could just be saying that in 2 turns' time, most of his damage isn't coming from the board.
Yeah,
It's just going to be damage over the top, which is a really fair thing to say.
Okay.
Because the turn is so awkward if you don't play Inquisitor this turn.
Yeah, you got to play it at some point, I guess.
Yeah. Sinking 11 into the Dracorex doesn't seem like the right thing to do.
Yeah, what's the Dracorex doing now? Nothing. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Haven't got a board anyway. Yeah, okay.
Any board you make, you want to be doing direct damage to the opponent the turn you play it as well. So I think his game plan is to really count up all the armor remaining in Suni's deck and just try and beat that with all your direct damage. Which, it's going to be close.
It's so weird, this game of Hearthstone.
Yeah.
What is happening?
So there's another shield block, another Unleash the Crocolisk remaining for Suni. So he knows that there's another 15 armor coming out at some point, plus a Bulwark. So he's got to account for all of that, because 6 cards remaining and a Full Glory, an Angora Brochure as well. Quan Wu's imagining Suni's going to see his entire deck. So he's calculating how is the best way to do, about 50 damage? No, yeah, close to 50 damage from here.
You can't stick anything unless you use the other red card at some point on the Dracorex.
Yeah.
When do you want to play your This is really tough stuff. Like, when do you want to play your Priestess? Yeah, this feels like a good time for this, right?
Yeah. Dracorex is waking up, so you're not really inclined to make a board, so you do the sort of inefficient bank the damage turn now. I find it interesting that he did opt to shoot the minion with the Metamorphosis instead of send it straight to the face.
Yeah.
The Metamorphosis...
So you can clear the board, this sigil will do good damage.
Yeah. The Metamorphosis interaction with Bulwark is also really awkward, because you really want your hero power to ping away the Bulwark charge, but you don't get access to it until you've already shot the 5 damage.
Yeah.
And with the 2 Cliffsides in hand, you can't quite get through it before using the Metamorphosis. But I imagine that's what he's holding the Priestess of Fury for at this point.
Makes sense too.
Yeah, Suni's not got much going on. He doesn't really want to use this Full Glory if he can help it, because he's still 6 turns away from the quest being active. So digging through his deck and getting into fatigue actually potentially might help Quan Wu.
More stuff with the glaive? I am struggling to see enough damage for Quan Wu. I can see it, but I'm struggling to see it really happening.
There is also the fact that Suni is running lower and lower on removal. There's a brawl.
It really is, yeah.
There's a brawl, there's a hostile invader, there's a Bob. In terms of things that impact the board, that's it in his entire deck.
Okay.
Quan Wu potentially just has one too many threats remaining.
Oh, so that's the other reason he's got to hold the Full Glory on top of what you just said anyway, then. He needs something for the hostile.
Yes. He can, weirdly enough, because he's floating so much mana, just play a hostile invader, and I think you can just throw a chemical spill out with no minion in hand.
Just Just a 6-mana chemical spill that does nothing, which you're probably
Yes.
allowed to play, but you might not be. But-
Yeah, since this game is going on for another 5 turns at least, because Suni's never killing Quanwu, he really doesn't want to draw any cards at all. Because even one of his armor gain cards in Shield Block also puts him into fatigue.
Yeah, he's thinking about getting some resources from...
Yep. He needs
Bob.
something. He can't use that to freeze.
My blades will sing.
I'm not sure I've ever
Oh,
seen
no.
this matchup go this way.
This feels like, yeah, Twilight Zone nonsense right now. There we go, 12-12 time.
One more needed.
Yeah, the demon from the past.
Yeah, I think this demon
I want to see the roll.
is very important because Quanwu is also running low on value himself. So
Yeah.
if Suni can do as much as he can to the board without expending this brawl, then he can maybe just about outlast the damage, I think is his plan. Like brawl away and then end the game with you have the last threat, which is going to be hostile invader ideally. But if he pulls the trigger on this brawl, then that just gives Quanwu license to do absolutely anything he wants on the board because he knows that Suni can't clear anything.
Okay, yeah. Manages to clear this up, get everything to go face from the priestess.
Yep.
Oh,
He's also keeping 1 minion on board. So Suni can't brawl this away without throwing down
Yep.
his hostile invader.
yeah. I was looking like because I'm stupid for a moment there. At Worlds where you like red card your own priestess, so it comes back later when the board's been brawled already and that sort of thing. Like,
Oh, he's
quite
doing the
make it work.
play.
Doing the thing.
Yep. No choice
Cool.
here. This priestess was just going to sick and Quanwu could just pass and just hit him for 12 each turn otherwise.
Any 12-12s? Oh, got him.
Nice shots.
They were good shots.
So yeah, at this point, Suni's only way of impacting the board for another 4 turns, I think the quest is on 6 out of 10. His only way of impacting the board is this brawl. So Quanwu's going to do what he can to force the brawl out of hand while also maintaining threats in his hand as backup, I believe. Or not, he can just play it slow as well. Quanwu's definitely calculated this better than me, but because he probably has a route to 100% win this game with the information he has.
Right.
And with the way he's nodding his head right now, he looks very comfortable. I think he's figured it out. Which is very
Yeah, there's been
impressive.
some plays that have been sort of very weird that
Yeah.
he's clearly doing for reasons like holding back the cliffside for an hour.
Yes.
Because wanting to go 1 minion at a time because he knows the brawl's there still.
I think it would have been very easy this game to lose your head a little bit, seeing the chemical spill on 6, seeing the ramp into Ziliax, seeing the hydration station. It's like it feels like everything that could have gone wrong for Quanwu, apart from drawing all those big minions from deck and cliff dive being inactive, sort of did go wrong. But didn't matter. He spotted that Suni's deck doesn't actually have great ways to sustain itself after that hydration station's gone.
Eat the imp. Great.
Not
Actually, the
amazing.
imp might be alright. Because you can play around brawl with your 12-12. It's fine.
Yep. He's also got the sort of... Oh my god, he's doing it.
Really wanted this.
Oh, this is...
Oh, it's lethal if he's quick enough?
Yeah, it's just lethal.
Oh my goodness. What a final turn from Quan Wu there.
Yeah.
Like you said, he had it worked out some time ago, but he worked out on the fly there when he got the Imp that he could just do the whole thing and get the Broxigar lethal, which you never see in this deck ever. No one's ever done that before, I don't think.
Both of them
History of
going to
Hearthstone.
fatigue, aggro deck against control. Yeah, he
Should have kept the quest.
He just stayed calm the entire way. Just surgically dissected Suni's deck for the rest of the game. Got out all of his removal, played threat for threat, and just calculated that he'd just won with all the information he had. Suni could have drawn his deck in any order, probably from a certain point, and Quan Wu had every single base covered, I think, with the way he played that.
How much
Very,
of that
very
would have been
impressive.
worked out on the fly, and how much would have been worked out like last night or this morning in testing?
Oh,
Like, is that a thing you can just spot as you're playing, or is it you played that 20 times this morning so you know it?
I think I feel like that game doesn't happen much. So even if you played it 20 times, that might not have happened once. There's a very real chance, but I do think one of the main things when you're worried for your slightly aggressive deck against this warrior is you look at that one hydration station. And with a deck like Cliff Dive DH, it does sometimes have games like that where you go late. Not typically against warrior, but against some other decks, but like maybe Hunter a little bit. I don't know, but yeah, it's I don't know. I'm very impressed. It's a very strange way to play that matchup, but he just looked calm and composed. Didn't matter.
Yeah, there was a point very early on where he obviously clicked. That's what he needed to do. Because if it's been me, and I suspect not just me, but quite a lot of players, those cliff dives, those locations would be on the board, and you'd be hitting them with 1/1s as hard as you could, just try and get some stuff going. And he knew from a very, very early stage that that's not how he wanted to do this.
Yes.
And, he had to hold those for a very long time. Kept the number of minions on board to 1 or 2 for a very long time, playing on that last brawl as well. Sweet.
He was just making sure each of Suni's cards just could get the least value out of it as possible. So not even a single 1/1 left on board to make the brawl ever so slightly better. And yeah, Suni had to get the most out of each removal he possibly could to be able to keep up with Quan Wu just doing one thing per turn. And that just wasn't possible to keep up with.
Change of pace. Now,
Oh yeah,
got some seaside giants.
fantastic. I'm a big fan of this Warlock mirror. Actually, I think it can be very interesting. A lot of people boil it down to whoever goes in big 8/8s wins the game.
Yeah,
job done.
That was my boy.
But I think
Yeah.
there's actually a very interesting dynamic with 8/8s. Don't stick that much in this mirror because of the way that the decks are constructed. Like one of the players' 8/8s has rush, so they can immediately trade in. The way Table Flip and the rushing Zerglings and Horizon's Edge line up with a board of 8/8s, it's actually not that hard to clear a lot of the time. So a lot of the time this matchup can come down to damage over the top after that from Horizon's Edge and Corpsicles and Kerrigan. So the early 8/8 wave is definitely plan A, but you do need to have some sustainability instead of just going all in and, oh no, they cleared my board, I lose.
Why are you wearing a t-shirt that says definition? He's out.
He doesn't rule the world, he came second.
He came second, yeah. Nice, though. Superb.
This is quite a nice hand from both players. I think Quan Wu's got all the location clicks, but Suni's got the giants, and not quite as many location clicks of his own, but probably just about enough to get these giants online on turn 5 or 6.
Quan Wu is incredibly smug about this t-shirt.
I love it. I would be
He's
too.
very happy with himself. I'm happy for him.
Do you reckon he bought it before or after the World Championship? And he's just been really
I think he's
disappointed.
seen that somewhere and he's just gone, you know what, I have to have this
Yeah.
and I have to wear it on stream. Good for him. The trouble is now he's so busy being happy with himself. He needs to pay attention to the game.
I've done this before when I've done something on camera and I've felt quite smug about it, and you really need to try and refocus yourself because he does still have a game to win. He's got a fantastic hand, which he's probably also
He's now regretting his life choices and wondering if he should have done it. It's too late. It's done.
He's realizing that's all he can think about now.
Yeah, he's halfway through his turn.
He's struggling to just. I think you probably want to just get this Ultralisk Cavern down, click it, and not worry too much.
So, for me, one of the problems I find with this deck is, when to play your Zerglings. I assume you hold them back as long as you can until they've got Rush, unless you don't.
There's no rule about it. They're not super high value. It's very, very hand dependent. Like they're very, very dumpable. Well, that is a huge pickup. Because I was leaning towards the Ultralisk Cavern last turn, but with this top deck, the extra mana expenditure with the Horizon's Edge is fantastic. Because like I was saying before, damage over the top, realistically, is the main way I've seen this matchup be won. And in that case, copying Horizon's Edge, far more useful than copying the Ultralisk Cavern. It does double as removal as like a backup, but you'd ideally like most of these shots to go face, and then you just burn them over the top.
Yeah. Again, so here you probably don't have Horizon's Edge, right? Because there's a good chance you'll get Consume healed anyway, so... Save them for 8/8.
It does go both ways, because a lot of the time you play this matchup just thinking they're going to heal for 16. Like that damage is going to get healed at some point anyway. Okay. So it is perfectly fine to just start clicking and go, okay, I'm going to hit them now, and then they're going to consume. It's still 1 mana out of their turn that they'll have to spend because no Nidus Worm has been played. But yeah, it's not really a huge issue. You're not an aggressive deck that needs to do a big burst of damage in 1 turn to get through them or you lose. This deck is all about accumulating the most total damage and just assuming your opponent's going to heal for 16. Like realistically,
annoyingly for Suna, he didn't have the consume, right? Because he would love to have just consumed there and got 2 8/8s on the board. That would have been nice with the tourist.
Yeah. Equally could have just done the same play and coined it out and got 1 8/8 just to have that 5/2 off board, because it's really annoying that it just trades so nicely into this 5/5.
One of the things I do find very hard about this matchup is when you've got this situation and you want to run some Zergs into their 5/5 to keep using your Horizon's Edges, but the Horizon's Edges kill the thing you want to run the Zergs.
Oh yeah, it's really frustrating. Which is is why I find quite often you do like to just click it the moment the board's empty, just to guarantee that damage into the base.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, this is just a very congested board of no minions.
Yeah, cheeky little 5.
Yep, it all adds
That's where
up.
all the shots went. So I also brought this up earlier, like modern Hearthstone now has so many ways of putting things on the board that aren't minions.
Yeah.
And this is absolutely taking that too far. Stop it now, lads.
Here's the lovely payoff. Big giants here. But as we're seeing, Quan Wu's getting quite low. He does have the double consume.
I needs it.
He very much does.
We are going to see what you were talking about at the start, though, in that the 8/8s trade into the 8/8s, the consume consumes, the damage over the top's causing difficulty but can be dealt with. Yeah.
Yes.
There's a way to go yet.
Quite a big deal as well, I find, that Suni looks to have access to the first Kerrigan based on these hands.
Right.
Which, depending on your hand, Kerrigan after Kerrigan doesn't line up brilliantly well, because you don't kill the Hive Queens immediately. Mm-hmm. It could be worse, because you do have a spawning pool. Ooh.
Sorry, just out of the blue there, we get yet more Horizon's Edge.
Yeah, Quan Wu could also just suddenly lethal out of nowhere himself if the hits go well. All of these going into the minions probably isn't what he wants to see, though.
Hasn't gone face once yet, I don't think.
I don't think so, yeah.
So much for putting your 8/8 into their 8/8. Just
Yeah, this
happening.
is tough though because there are 3 Horizon's Edges on. Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm.
it's lethal. It's
Yeah,
lethal.
it's just lethal.
The imp got there.
Yeah, for some reason I didn't see that in hand. Lovely spot. Even though the shots went pretty much as badly as possible, Quan Wu spotted that it was just lethal every time. Right.
Yeah, no matter where they went.
Yeah.
He'd added up the number of damage he's got, which is 9 times 3, which is 27 plus some bits from other things, and off you go. 2-0. Two
Yeah.
really nice wins as well for Quan Wu.
Yeah, he's
I
looked
do
very-
like it when I watch Hearthstone. And it
Nice
feels like the
wins,
right
nice
player.
t-shirt. He's just living the dream, and it's
He
always
is.
a good feeling to be 2-0 up and then have the best deck in the game remaining. He's got 3 chances to win with Hunter, which I think, looking at the stats, has been out of the most brought decks by far the best win rate. It's maintained like a 50 to 60% win rate across the Zerg and Sisters archetypes of Discover Hunter. So
Right.
yeah, the people that aren't banning it know that your opponent's going to have Hunter, and yet they're still losing to it more often than not anyway. So yeah, Quan Wu will definitely be feeling like he's in a fantastic spot. But at the same time, Suni definitely has 3 decks that can do a job against Hunter. And of course, one of them being the Mirror. The Warlock.
Well, weird. It's not the mirror though. He is playing the Zerg Hunter, which I actually think is quite a bad matchup. I quite like
Yeah.
the regular Discover Hunter into that personally. And
Yeah.
I would because I played way too much of that deck.
Importantly, both do run Niall, so that can be a lot more decisive,
It's a fair point.
regardless. But yeah, that matchup I'm not sure about, because that's a matchup that's only just cropped up recently. Because in the past it's only been, oh, one of these hunters is good, never both at the same time. So that's one that I feel like has maybe had very limited testing, because most people are just going, I'm going to bring a hunter, instead of going, which hunter should I play against the other hunter? Because it's like, I'm going to bring and ban hunter is quite a common thing.
Yeah.
So they will have mostly done the hunter testing against other decks rather than Mirror itself, I think.
It is slightly closer to being a true mirror than I'm making out as well, because Suni does have the sisters in his Zerg.
Okay,
which-
that's very, very uncommon. I know there was a lot of debate about that, and most people just
There
ended up
was, yeah.
settling on one or the other.
But here we are, Hunter versus Warrior.
Yeah, arguably, I want to say Suni's gone with his worst matchup first. Although, like I said, matchups are really not super tested right now with how fresh the meta is. So true numbers on this are still a way away from being discovered.
I'm not sure we even got true numbers on Hunter versus the original or the old school Quest Warrior.
Yeah, that
because
was
everyone
very
would
up
just
for debate.
argue it all the time because the matchup was so weird from the Hunter side.
Yeah, I think all the top players were just favored from both sides, so it was very
Yes,
confusing.
exactly. Yeah. Which is awkward, right? When you're playtesting and you say,
Yes.
right, well, we know we're favoured from both sides of this, and someone eventually turns around and says, what? Well, we're talking nonsense. We've got to play it against each other to find out
I think it was
what's actually happening.
Habu Gabu who used to prep for tournaments against himself instead, because
Right.
he knew he could always trust his stats because he was playing against someone of exactly equal skill.
That's really funny and actually quite sensible. And I bring this up regularly. I don't think I've ever brought it up to your face in a cast, though. Like, I do remember the days when you used to play the Boar Priest and just everyone would argue with you, and eventually they're like, well, these are the stats for Pocket, but they're not the stats for us because no one else can play this stupid deck.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time in Hearthstone you just got to trust yourself. Like, you know what works for you. Sometimes you'll be wrong, but when you're right, that makes it all the sweeter.
And it is a fact as well, even at the very, very top level, or at least very close to the very top level, there are definitely players who I will trust as a world-class player on some decks, and I won't trust them as a world-class player on other decks.
It's very interesting here that Suni chose to, like, default you want to go, I want to play New Heights, I want to get the ramp sooner rather than later. But with the way that his hand was panning out, he knew that he was just going to end up playing All You Can Eat the turn after and float 1 mana. There's nothing Warrior does with 1 mana apart from Shield Slam. And he has no armor anyway. So it's quite a heads-up play, I think, to coin out the All You Can Eat just to guarantee that he's getting 3 draws, because it prevents the downside of top decking Tortola or Ziliax the following turn. So I think it's quite a nice
Right.
little optimization there from him.
Who, though, has put out the board that you really don't want to face as Warrior on turn 5.
Yeah. It's just little things that don't seem that important, but the damage really, really stacks up. Warrior, for a control deck, it takes so much damage in the early game.
Yeah.
Because it has great removal
obviously-
tools, but just it doesn't have loads of them, so it can't really afford to throw them out everywhere.
5 health really annoying as well when you're dealing with the hostile invader.
Yes.
You got 1 pupil. Weirdly, sometimes you don't want the second pupil as early, right? Because you
Yes.
fill it up accidentally with trackings and things and aliens, and then
Yeah,
suddenly,
definitely.
Yeah,
You
you're
ideally,
bouncing your pupil.
especially in a slower matchup like this, want to make sure one of the pupils at least can have Grifter spells in it. Ideally, deal 6, of course, to pair with Neri. But yeah, if you draw the 2 pupils early against Warrior and then just fill them up with random nonsense, then there's a chance that no matter what you hit off Grifter, your damage won't get there. But this board itself, with the way this game's going on, is doing the business, because Sunni can't really deal with it unless he just throws out this brawl, which you don't really want to do just yet.
Right, this might be a scout turn.
Yes.
Always fascinated by when you use your first scout, and this feels like it to me.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity because you know that Sunni's most likely next turn is a big removal turn, either Hostile Invader or Brawl. And so you want to expend the least amount of resources on the board and spend as much mana as possible on developing your hand and progressing your game plan with your discovers.
So if you are discovering, if you do throw out a scout, you're looking for what? Pupil, Grifter, usually the other scout as well, but that's already in hand.
Copies of Pupil, copies of Grifter, copies of Sylvanas are good. That's just extra damage over the top. Insta-picks Grifter. We didn't even see the other options.
No!
So that will mean there is another bird watching inside this Pupil if he wants to play it as well. Does get a bit awkward with hand space. I think he would mill a card if he plays it. And it's not going anywhere,
Sure.
so you don't need to throw it out just yet. You can pair it with the other Pupil, the other scout later.
Yeah, ideal. I mean, yeah, if the scout misses, it's not disaster because you do have the other one, but
Yeah, it's also not
you do.
vital that you get the double off this Pupil because it doesn't have super high value spells. It's nice,
Yeah.
but it's this would just be a bonus. What you really, really want is copies of deal 6 or reduce from Grifter.
Yeah. Okay, that's not getting hammed, so the game is now on.
Yep. So a lot of people here would want to play the Scout with Grifter as instinctively, but if you miss on deal 6, then suddenly you've just used your Scout for no real reason.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's quite often the Scout is saved for the Pupil afterwards rather than the first Grifter.
Soon he sees the bad news.
He knows he needs to start tanking up as fast as possible. And this nerf revert is huge in this matchup with the alien encounters going to 2/5 because now Hostile Invader, which was a great clear before, just leaves so much attack on board.
And honestly, like I'm sitting here going, okay, so might play the Pupil, bounce it, put the deal 6 in there. We've got the Nivy. We can get maybe a deal 3 from Mixer. He might just be dead before any of that.
Yep.
He might just be dead next turn at this rate. Like he's so low from the early damage that he couldn't deal with. It might not be a sit and gather game. It might just be your dead next turn game.
Yeah, if this Grifter wasn't so buffed, he could have just dropped a Dracorex and cleared up this board, but that's not a possibility. He does also have 10 cards in hand, so this brochure, which he'd probably like to play out and a lot of the time draw into a 5-mana chemical spell and just plop a Tortola on the board, which Hunter can't really deal with. That would have been ideal, but it just halving your chances to draw it doesn't seem great with that many cards in hand. I think he a lot of the time would have just thrown that out if he had one more hand space.
You're looking for Sylvanas. Probably take the Pupil with deal 6 in hand.
Yes, I would
Could take
say
the
so.
Brewmaster, but probably take the Pupil.
I like taking the pupil and potentially playing the other scout and trying to. I think there's tracking in there. I could be misremembering. And looking for like a parrot sanctuary maybe to just cheat a little bit more mana on your damage turn with Neri so that you can fit the pupil in more easily and get more copies to deal 6. But he also does need to find a way to chip away at this bulwark beforehand.
Yeah, I think he was looking for Sylvanas here, right?
Yes.
That's what you tend to use it on. Ugh.
These are a bit yuck.
Greatest.
Although Champions of Azeroth is hilarious if you get Bran and multiple copies of Sylvanas. But he didn't choose to go for it because that's a bit of a unrealistic game plan.
Terrible mixologist.
Yeah.
Right, have some stuff.
Suni does still have a fair bit of time, but the moment this bulwark goes, he could see himself just exploding. The realistic damage that he's probably worried about is 36 from Neri Pupil.
Yes.
So he wants to get rid of the board and make sure he's above that point by the time this bulwark gets destroyed.
Yeah, a bit more than that these days. Maybe you're looking at sort of 39. There's usually a little bit of extra flying about, but yeah, 36 is the first port of call and see where you're at.
Yeah. It gets a bit awkward as well now for Quan Wu now that he's top decked this pupil because he can only play 2 spells before.
Yeah.
Okay, that
I think we
pickup
might see him
was
bounce
good timing
at some point.
Potentially, he could also bounce the Sylvanas as well.
Bounces Sylvanas is sort of my normal route one, but I think this time around you go for the pupil because it's so many 6s.
The moment is upon us.
There's worlds where you just shoot 6 in the head now to get it into the pupil to save all this messing
I
around
think
as
you
well. Yeah.
probably do, yeah. Yeah, so he has 10 mana. He can go Scout, Neri, Pupil, and then playing the minions will cost 6 mana. Then he'll have 4 mana to play the 4 copies of deal 6 for a nice 48 damage, which Suni does not look like he's able to get out of range of.
And that's lethal. Quan Wu is a pretty stylish set, honestly.
Yeah.
3
very impressive.
Tidy games of Hearthstone. Particularly the first game, if you didn't see this first one. Definitely worth a look, but also, the next 2 games were both very smooth. As you say, very impressive. He's back-to-back Masters Tours. Well, back-to-back years Masters Tours.
Yeah. He's won the first playoffs twice in a row.
And he's back to being smug.
I love it so much. Oh, that's amazing. There's winning and there's winning, It's a 3-0 win where you play incredibly well, but the t-shirt, I think, honestly, is the main event for me.
Yeah, we'll remember that t-shirt for a while to come. And you know that people are going to comment on it as well, which is even better.
It's fantastic.
No, but fantastic work. Suni waving up the well-played pillow at the end there as well. Very sporting match.
He always
I suspect
is.
we'll see Suni again later in the year. We'll definitely see Quan Wu very soon.
Yep, at the next Masters Tour.
But yeah, we're going to rattle through the sort of wrap-up, I think, because we do have another 9 matches to bring you. So
It's a long, long day.
thanks for hanging out, Pocket. I'll see you in a bit.
Been a
I'm going to
pleasure.
take a break, and we'll see you in 3 minutes. Don't go
See ya.
anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are getting ready to get into our fourth and final match of the Asia Pacific region for the playoffs today. I'm Raven, back on the desk, and joining me is Edelweiss, the final caster to be revealed, I guess, for today. Welcome. Have you had a chance to catch any of the matches, or what are you looking forward to seeing today?
Yeah, I sort of fell asleep to the dulcet tones of everyone's casting, and then woke up to join you now, and caught a bit of the contrast going on between how these matchups can go. You've got Warrior going to fatigue against
Demon Hunter, yeah.
and then just a burnout with Hunter. So I caught the tail end of that last match that went 2-2. So this 3-0, a pretty nice change of pace.
Yeah, 100%. I think we've already seen a lot of the variations of how these matches can go. Some going fast and look pretty dominant. We've seen some like earlier on with Gu versus Shaxy. It was 2-0 to Gu. Shaxy almost came back, but in the game 5, Gu managed to take the victory. So a lot of close ones going on. We can see the two players we've got up next. It is Brainpeace versus Curfew, and we're going to see the double Hunter ban. Something I mentioned a little bit earlier on today, where Hunter, I think, generally is accepted as the best, if not one of the best classes right now. So we're expecting to see a few bans, because we've seen Hunter played a few times on stream already, and it seems to be doing pretty well overall, as it did in the Swiss yesterday, of course. But looking at the rest of the lineups, yet again, Edelweiss, we've got like quite a wide spread. And we've got, I believe, our first Arcwing Mage of the day coming out, which is a deck that... what do you think about Arcwing Mage? Because I know on paper it's had good results. It's done there's some players that have got great ladder finishes with it and really good climbs. But I feel like it's so all in, at least when I play it. It's like you either do the thing with all the Arcwings, and if that doesn't win, you're in trouble.
I mean, it's sort of a burn deck in a way, right? Like you've got one, maybe two waves. And there's versions, that use either touring into Rogue for the coins, or touring into Paladin for Rayla, because Rayla is another Draenei where you can get this huge board and sort of snowball that into a victory. Right? This one is the Skyla just for the coins, right? A little bit more acceleration, which maybe you need that kind of acceleration against these older decks that we're seeing with some heavy defensive power behind them. I think the goal with this Arcwing Mage, which, although Arcwing Pilot comes from the same expansion, right? It comes from the space expansion. It's not until it went from 6 mana to 7 mana that this deck was able to pop up, because it just has to get under you, right? If they clear that Arcwing
100%.
board, you've got some bird in the hand, and that's it.
Yeah, when I've played it, at least, I really feel like if you miss the sort of on-curve setup, you feel very far behind, at least in some of these matchups where they're gaining armor and they've got that strong late game. But we'll talk about Mage maybe a little bit later on. We are going to dive into the first game of this match, and we have both players on Demon Hunter and both on Cliff Dive, but slightly different variations of Cliff Dive. And this is something I've mentioned a lot earlier today, where even within the archetypes, there's different archetypes, which must have made it so difficult for these players to actually build their lineups going into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Hunter as one of the best. Well, there's the Zerg Discover Hunter, and there's the regular Discover Hunter. So, so many variations, and... in this case, it's like you can use Cliff Dive defensively, or you could use Cliff Dive offensively.
Yeah, exactly. Like on one side, we have the Ferocious Fell Bat, the Fell Hunter, and then, of course, the Ball Hog in there as well. Whereas on the other side of this, we have the one we've seen a little bit more of today, which is the sort of Briarspawn Drake, along with the Inquisitors, of course. So we'll see which one comes out on top in this mirror match, at least. But both players getting off to a not the fastest start in the world, but we've got a Brainpeace on the top that does have Cliff Dive available in their opening hand, whereas Curfew hasn't got does have it now. Apologies, I didn't catch it on the end there, but also just had the Fae ready to go anyway, which is a card we've been seeing in a few different decks right now to draw those sort of key high cost spells.
Yeah, it's sort of strange one in this deck, just because you do pull minions from the deck with the intention of cheating mana. So if you draw the Cliff Dive naturally and not the Fey Trickster, then you run the risk of pulling it out.
Yeah, it can definitely trip you up a little bit. Here, though, Brainpeace just doing a great job of just building up that board. Now, they are, of course, dormant, most of them, but they are going to pop out, right? And then they do cause an issue because you sort of pre-stack a board that sort of just comes out of nowhere. And red card, we've already seen have a high impact multiple times today. You can see now being used, and it is reducing the chance of getting that cliff dive for Curfew, even though we can obviously see there's one already in hand. But also, it's just tempo play in this instance, right? Just get rid of that minion, it guards my own, and just delays what my opponent can really interact the board with. So that's pretty good. But then earlier on, we've seen red cards used against like big starships, for example, or taunt minions to get them out of the way to push more damage to face. So red card definitely something we're going to see throughout the day, no doubt.
Yeah, and you often think of it as like, oh, I want to save this for a taunt that's in my way or some big object. But yeah, something like this here against this Fey Trickster, that means it's not going to be able to attack to get itself, killed off to actually draw the Cliff Dive for 3 turns, that's, a huge sort of tempo swing as well. Brainpeace obviously doesn't know that Curfew already has a Cliff Dive in hand, so, were that not there, it could make or break the game,
I was ready for another red card there on the 2-1. Just full tempo. But yeah, probably better to save it for something a little bit more impactful. Does still get to push 4 from the hero. So looking quite nice. Brainpeace definitely putting the pressure on here to Curfew.
And here comes Coin Cliff Dive.
Here's the name of the deck.
And weapon set up. Gets to go in on the 1 health minion with the Briar Spawn, and suddenly Brainpeace is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, basically just max damage, right? You can possibly get from the Briar Spawn because of the rest of the minions being dormant. And just like that, Brainpeace is on 5 health. Looking a little bit scary. There is obviously Cliff Dive of their own, but the problem is Cliff Dive, at least for now for Brainpeace, isn't really going to be applying any defensive options, right? Like it's a very, at least generally, aggressive card. Yes, you can trade off minions, but it's not going to do anything when you sat on 5 health, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting, the switch to Ball Hog over, what we had been seeing with Blob of Tar, which of course now is too expensive to resurrect from the Ravenous Fell Hunter. Ball Hog the lifesteal is great, but there's no taunt. So it's and no matter what, you really want to be cliff diving out the Fell Hunters rather than the Ball Hog itself. You only
right,
get maybe,
to maximize the value. Yeah,
you get maybe like 6 lifesteal if you can run the Ball Hog into something and kill it off.
This is also tricky though, because the lifesteal on the weapon as well. This game right now feels very much like seesaw style, right? Both of them are just going to keep hitting each other super hard, try and do what they can to survive. We are going to see, is it 1 more of these minions coming out of dormant this turn? I've kind of lost track because one of them's red carded, I think.
Yeah, so the for Brainpeace, he's got the +3 attack coming up, right? Which is going to help in terms of utilizing with the lifesteal weapon, of course. No other ways to buff the attack, but gonna go ahead and do that. Cliff Dive, and that's just lethal. Yeah. So able to gain just enough life last turn to survive, and then get the counter lethal with the Inquisitor pull. I don't know if it was guaranteed for Inquisitor there. I think it just had to be a roll of the dice, but they were running out of time, each of them, because the health swings are so big, and the lifesteal is minimal and usually not in as big of chunks.
Yeah, truly honorable battle. That one is like we'll both stand next to each other, punch each other in the face until one falls over. It's pretty much how that goes because the deck, although there were two slightly different builds, the overall idea of the deck is, yeah, curve out, get cliff dives, and use that massive sort of mana cheat that cliff dive gives you for at least one turn to just cement the damage, put the pressure on whilst trading minions on board as well. And yeah, when that's pretty much what both decks do, guess what? Whoever hits harder wins. So we are going to see a very quick 1-0 lead going on there. But we might slow down just a little bit with the rest of these decks, of course, because we can see there's a warrior there as well, and then even the warlock. I'll just I'll be honest. I've been looking at so many decks today. I lose track of who's playing what. But the warlock from Brainpeace as well is the location warlock, and whilst by no means a slow deck, it's also not necessarily face, right? Because you've got to get those locations cooking first.
Yeah, it's not playing minions apart from Rotheart Dryad and maybe some Zerglings for like the first few turns. Yeah, you're just getting those locations down, and then all of a sudden 8/8s. So
yeah,
it's kind of its own sort of unique style of deck that we haven't really gotten in Hearthstone before. I mean, obviously locations are a somewhat recent development in the grand scheme of Hearthstone's history, and this Warlock was the first time that you had a deck just all about them.
Yeah, it's like New Age handlock, right? But instead of like hand size, it's location procs, as is always, there's always something with giants, right? But it's just funny because you kind of can activate around the same time when you look, turn 4 or 5-ish to start if you get the good location start, obviously. Like you can start to activate those pretty nicely. The 1/1s on board do help if you get Horizon's Edge, which Brainpeace does have right now. So Curfew might need to think about what the next couple of turns looks like, because if this Fae drops down and then Brainpeace responds with Horizon's Edge, that can be a multiple procs coming out of that in one turn.
Yeah, I mean, Horizon's Edge is sort of the way to immediately get your discounts for giants, and then of course, you find them in Cursed Catacombs, and if they're 0, you can just play them. So.
Yep. Did go for the summon. The problem is with going for the AoE as well is you're almost certainly. I need to triple check the deck. They're almost certainly giving them a giant if you clear off the 1/1. So Curfew just going for saying I'm just going to rely on these dormant minions to pop out and give me a hand in the very near future.
Yep. And the 1/1s, they hurt, but. If you kill them off with Horizon's Edge in play, they hurt more. You also make board space for more locations for potential giants. Yeah. And they're just the right health amount for, hitting with Fire Spawn. So if you can make them last long enough.
Oh, well, Mishap might not be so bad here, right?
Pretty good amount of lifesteal, yeah.
Yeah, there's the 2 Zerglings there, so... It's something. There is obviously the 1/1 over there, but this is pretty good. Just push back some of this extra damage. But now there's another cavern as well. Probably went fishing for a giant, I imagine.
Yep. Although Eat the Imp could, find it for you as well.
Yeah. And the 1/1 trade is probably going to get you a giant as well. Maybe it's Eat the Imp on the 1/1. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, quickly, Horizons, get to go again. Oh, that's rough.
Double miss, and now Horizon, having been used several, not worth copying. I guess these are temporary, right? So it's got to be Rotheart Dryad and just go fishing again with Eat the Imp.
Yeah, I think so. The only other option is, depending on what they wanted to do with the turn, you could just throw a scrapbook away. But yeah, I agree. This just seems a lot better.
Okay, I guess you would burn a card if you Eat the Imp that turn. So just going to go ahead and freeze.
It's going to be pretty nice.
With the attack waking up. Good use. also going into that coin turn, right? You've got to expect the coin cliff dive is the worst case
Yeah.
scenario, and so freezing attack going in delays a bit.
Yeah, the shard just ticked too many boxes there, didn't it? It was basically
Yeah.
covering every base you were worrying about right now for Brainpeace.
Yeah, Glacial Shard, one of those cards that's like, it's not usually going to straight up win you a game, but it can. And like the utility
yeah.
out of it is just so powerful for a 1-drop.
It's one of those cards I think everyone, this power level of card, everyone wants to exist, right? Where it is powerful, like what it does is strong, but the card doesn't come across as busted, right?
Right.
Everyone's not complaining about it or anything like that. It's just, no, the card's just a really good card that's fine, and accepted, I guess, to play decks. So, yeah, I definitely like that sort of power level. And pretty skill rewarding, I think. We've seen people hold on to it or use it in certain scenarios that maybe most people maybe wouldn't have, and it can pay off very, very well. Brainpeace finally getting hold of a Seaside Giant. Maybe a turn or so a little bit too early as far as he's concerned, but let's get one in the end.
Or too late, right?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Not gonna kill off the Fey Trickster, just in case. Though I guess he could get it attacked forward anyway.
Yeah.
Briar Spawn picked up. That means there's other Inquisitor and Briar Spawn now remaining in the deck? Or,
Yes. 1-on-1. Yeah.
I know there's a way.
And that's another thing about delaying against this Cliff Dive Demon Hunter, though, is when you're all in this way, you don't have the density of minions that the resurrecting one has. Sometimes they just end up in your hand, and now your little tricks are sort of shut off.
It's also a good push here from Brainpeace because there is the 8-3, of course, but like giants are pretty good things to have on board against Cliff Dive, right? Because the minions don't normally trade or do too well into them. We're going to see like a 1-for-1 on the Inquisitor there, so that's not getting shuffled back. And then obviously the Briar Spawn will be able to get a decent amount of damage through, but the Giants being down is about as good as you're going to get in terms of a defense against this.
And I think we saw earlier that, that Briar Spawn does not shuffle back either because it died. So Curfew now, out of things to Cliff Dive. Kerrigan picked up. And it might be just a roll on Nidus Worm to pick up a heal 8, right? Pick up that consume.
Yeah, just one left in the deck, I believe.
Yep.
Got the spawning pool number 2 as well.
And sets up
Looking
quite
pretty nice.
nicely with the Tourist next turn for a couple of 8/8 rushes.
Yeah, also has the option of it depends what the board's going to look like, of course, but there's even the Horizon's Edge in hand combined with multiple sets of Zerglings with Rush can be quite decent as well, right? Just getting the sort of full resets can be really nice, or at least extra resets.
Yeah.
How much damage is
Meanwhile,
this though?
I mean, this is the thing. You've got the big minions, but unlike Horizon's Edge, you get to pick where these pirates go.
Yeah.
They stick
this is-
around, so.
This has to be Kerrigan, right? And will that even matter?
I mean,
Because I know we can see the Inquisitor, of course, but you've got to at least consider it for Brainpeace. Sitting on 8 health does not feel even remotely safe. Even
No.
without Inquisitor, we can see the 2 Stingers, of course.
yeah. Whether you assume. Well, the Inquisitor is known regardless, right? Because Fey Trickster dying means second.
Oh, sure. So it's
Cliff
going to be, it's either in hand and played or not. Yeah. Yeah, it's not.
So you're getting hit with an Inquisitor next turn. Whether or not there's a Briar Spawn, you don't know. But I think you have to play the Kerrigan, or else
Yeah,
you're just dead.
you just need the health.
And you hope there's no Briar spawn, right? 'Cause,
Yeah. Yeah, you cooked anyway. If
Yeah.
there's Pride Spawn coming down, because you can't also stop the 2/5s from being on board, right? So
Right.
that's a lot of extra damage as well.
And it does work out for Brainpeace in terms of this turn with Briar spawn in hand. I mean, both of them in hand, really. Yeah, Inquisitor is not enough to finish the game, and Curfew's going to have to clear up the 8-8.
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
My
Bagel
dog's
thinks so
going
as well.
crazy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just enough with the coins and location here, so...
Yeah, it will be enough with a Stinger too. Plenty of damage coming out there. So Curfew is going to even it up 1-1 with a pretty aggressive push from that Demon Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, these games just, lightning fast. And, I imagine we will see things slow down a little bit. But, yeah, I love this Warlock. I know that, ended up losing that game. But it's just such a different way to play with all the locations and everything. I hope that in the future we get, something else like that.
Yeah, 100%. It does allow players still have the Warlock Mage left over for Curfew, and then Warlock Warrior for Brainpeace there. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see how this plays out. It looks like I think the players are getting ready to go into the next game. It looks like it's going to be a Warlock Mirror.
There we go. More Warlock coming at you. Yeah, lots of...
Yeah, we're going to see a
lots
lot of
mirrors
Warlock
going on.
today. Yeah.
Lots of mirrors.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Warlocks. There is a couple, like we saw Maple earlier. I don't think they didn't end up playing it, but they had an Egglock in their lineup. But this location Warlock, I think it's so reliable as a deck, it feels like, right? It's it's so reliable to just do what you need it to do. You know the game plan, it's strong, and it seems to have those tools against some more of the aggressive decks. You've got like the removal, the AoE, and then you've still got the sort of push options against the slightly slower decks as well, with the giant pressure early-ish.
Take a bite.
Yeah, if you are tuning in and have been playing a lot of the Cataclysm pre-release Brawl and are like, what is going on? What happened to all these cards? There was, there was a balance patch. We call this the Franken meta because it is all the good things from the last year that got nerfed have been brought back, either to their original state or some of them an altered state for heading into Wild. And so that's why this is sort of a blast from the past with all these decks from the last year. So one last hurrah for Location Warlock and others.
Yeah, then we'll see maybe more eggs in Warlock's future. We'll see how that one comes out with the new cards.
Let me tell you, I am shook about eggs approaching with the Herald
Heralds.
cards for Warlock. I think that might be the day one terror.
I have no doubt. So we are going to see both players being able to get access to these locations fairly early. We've got Ultralisk Cavern there for Brainpeace, along with the Horizon's Edge ×2 in the hand. So both players having access to the ways to reduce the giants, and Brainpeace actually having a giant already in hand as well.
Yeah, no Zerglings in anyone's hands yet. This is sort of the powering up phase, right? They're winding up the strikes.
Yeah, they're just screaming really loudly for 2 minutes just to power up. That's generally how this mirror goes.
Whereas the Demon Hunter mirror is more of like those competitions where you just slap the other person in the face and then let them slap you, and you sort of do that back and forth.
Yeah, just see who falls over first. That's the
Yep.
normal trick. See Rothhide on offer here for Curfew. And with no giant in hand, it's pretty good to me.
Yeah. I love all the ways that they've come up with for targeted draw now. I think there's ways you can do it where it's too much, but just each class having their sort of different things that they're allowed to specifically draw, whether it's warrior drawing taunt minions, or in this case the Rot Heart drawing something expensive. I feel like those are the kinds of things where it's like it's not just draw your whole deck card draw, but it helps with
Unless you're rogue, but yes, any other class.
Unless you're rogue, yeah.
Yeah, any other class. Yeah, completely agree. Even with certain things like you look at Hunter with Discover, instead of drawing tons of cards, you can discover the one sort of, and then you've got like be specific draw in certain decks as well. But yeah, it's cool because it can just keep it feeling powerful without it running out of control, right? Which is the tricky part. But Brainpeace, you generally do want these Horizon's Edge down, but again, the problem now with clicking it is, I guess this is going to happen either way, right? Just got to think about, does he want to trade a 1/1 first?
Just to make sure you can get rid of the Rot Heart and draw. I can see it.
Yeah.
No, risk it.
I guess. Yeah. The problem is the Giants are they going to be too far away? Oh, you can just do it that way. Yeah, if it works out, it works out. I was just thinking I think you probably do want them both, but I guess worst case, if they don't press Ultralisk Cavern to not kill you 1/1, that's fine as well, right? So I guess it was going to happen either way anyway at some point, so not too bad. We did see Curfew pick up the Ceaseless off that though, so okay, there we go. So that's going to be both players effectively having access to Double Giant.
Yeah, Ceaseless is sort of the earlier whiff, but discounting a lot faster than we've seen lately. Ceaseless, one of the cards that was a partial reversion. It is back to the original 100 mana cost instead of 125, but they left it as a 10/10 instead of a 15/15.
Wait, this could be a huge turn, right? If it's just click Ultralisk, Horizon's Edge, you can even consume the Ultralisk and then just go 888.
Yeah, and it might be better to go that route just because you figure, well, Curfew's going to have some kind of push himself. You want to have enough 8/8s that some of them survive, rather than trying to meter threats the way you would against.
Yeah, and the thing is, because both players have 8/8s, right? Like that's the number basically that you end up having. They can't value trade into you, right? Like if they're trading, then they lose their 8/8s and you lose yours. So at worst, it stays at least fairly even. We chose to go a little bit slower.
Interesting. I guess valuing the rush on the Ultralisk, but that does give Curfew the opportunity to do this play, right? Scrapbook the Ultralisk Cavern with one durability, get immediate value out of one rush trading in and the other for pressure.
Now we've got to the stage where we're just going to slap each other in the face because it's just going to be okay. They'll make the 8/8s, one trades in, then Brainpeace will play the 8/8s, then one can trade in.
Yeah, until nobody has 8/8s anymore, and we're fighting with Kerrigans
and then we play rock paper
Zerg
scissors.
minions. Yeah.
That's how we decide the end. Although getting the 5/5 down's not bad, right? Because it's like, yes, it can be value traded into, but it's a sort of an extra minion, right? Because already about this matchup, we talk a lot about just the Giants and the Ultralisks, but having just an extra thing, whether it's Zerglings or the 5/5s or just anything else, maybe from Glacial, like that could help across the course of a whole game, even if you just use it to push a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, Curfew says, none of this half measure business. I'm going all in. Show me what you got.
Yeah, because the problem with taking it a bit slower is that your regular Giants don't have rush, right? So your response is a little bit harder unless you can also do a double Ultralisk turn, which is maybe now possible for Brainpeace.
Yeah, I mean, ability to do so with Dark Marrow or Scrapbooking Student, I would be inclined to go Dark Marrow here.
Yeah, because that's kind of all you would use Dark Marrow for, whereas
Right.
Scrapbook you can use on Horizon's Edge, for example, right?
Yeah, I was wondering if this is what Brainpeace was thinking about, though, is just picking up that other Ultralisk Cavern to make sure you've got it going.
So we do 2 more AoE with the 2 Ultras.
And now, suddenly, I mean, you have to rely on these... Oh, hitting the right place.
There is a consume for the Ultralisk
Yes, that's true.
Cavern if he really wants to be set. Yeah,
Yeah,
which is just like, yeah, let's just get rid of him. Yeah. And then just the double tap on the Horizon.
Do the trade first to...
It does get weird, doesn't it? Me and Lorinda were talking about
Yep,
this
yep.
earlier, wait, what order? Do you trade or do you click? But if you click and it's the minion you're going to trade into, you can't do that. But then you can potentially miss damage. And so it can really mess with your mind, especially when you're dealing with like a lot of different minions. You've got different ways to deal damage and 2 Horizon's Edge. Gets really funky sometimes.
And yeah, now Brainpeace, having used mostly Burn to clear up that board, right? And Table Flip, rather than his own threats, does get to keep an 8/8 left over.
Yeah.
While queuing up, second Ultralisk Cavern. So I think, well spotted there to sort of turn the matchup around and try and sort of win on a resource level.
And I wonder if this is just a good time to like tempo Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Because you've got an 8/8, you're easily winning on board. Your Horizon's going to come up next turn, and then you'll just have the two queens, right? Which will then give you more options next turn with more minions.
Yeah, I mean they kind of have to be dealt with.
Yeah. And Kerrigan is really difficult to play a lot of the time, unless your opponent has a perfect three health board that you're going to wipe. It feels pretty slow sometimes, right? Because it feels much more of like a value-based card than a high-impact turn you play it kind of card.
Yeah, and Curfew, may feel pressure to just Eternal Servitude for the clear.
Yeah, I'm trying to see another way out, but even the full charges on the Horizons just doesn't feel like it does anything. 'Cause all the minions are very health heavy.
My bad. Eternal Layover.
Oh,
Eternal
layover,
Servitude
yeah. And
is
I knew
also a
what you
card.
meant. I knew what you meant. It's all good. This is where the deck can get a little bit tricky, right? Like, yes, you've got damage from locations, but if you look at Curfew's hand, there's not tons going on, is there, in terms of how do I win this game of Hearthstone?
Yeah, and 5 cards remaining for Curfew. So, spawning pool, that other Ultralisk Cavern, but since it's not been queued up already, gonna take some time to make use out of that. Table Flip, Horizon's Edge, Kerrigan. So, I think it's like there's tools there, but they need some of that charging up time, and Curfew hasn't got that time right now.
Yeah, and Curfew just used to consume on the Horizon's Edge just to heal a bit, right? And just get some kind of health back. So even that is going to struggle, make the Ultralisk Cavern even worse.
And Brainpeace has worked it out.
Oh, it's enough, yeah, lethal,
Excellent
yeah,
use
okay.
of Ceaseless here, right? Kill your stuff off, reactivate Horizon's Edge, and then use Corpse Skull and the Hero Power.
Yeah, just pound on the pressure.
Yeah, not complete lethal, but the health
Close
differential
enough.
here, tells a certain story. Curfew has to
Yeah, because
freeze.
yeah, it's pretty smart, right? Because even if Kerrigan comes down, the damage, like, it's so expensive to play, which is what I was talking about earlier, where it can be hard to actually just play out. That you'd need, like, Curfew would need Kerrigan plus something else. Obviously, only 4 cards left in the deck, so it's likely. I think Brainpeace will expect Curfew to have everything. That's kind of where you get to, right? Of like, well, if my opponent's barely got any cards left, I'm just going to assume they have every card left in the deck.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to have to be Ceaseless Kerrigan.
Well, it's either Ceaseless Kerrigan or Glacial Shard Kerrigan, right? If you Ceaseless, then you're reactivating those Horizon's Edges, but you've got a 10-10 in play, which can maybe soak hits.
Yeah. And the 5 healths on the Queens, right?
Yeah. With the freeze, then you're not killing the Ceaseless, makes it a little bit harder.
I think you go for the Ceaseless here because Curfew is on a clock and needs to
Yep.
win the game, so a 10-10
Right.
will help with that, right? I think now we can see the Glacial Shard on Brainpeace's side, of course, but I think you have to just play to try and end the game quickly because Curfew could still just go down this turn depending on what Brainpeace has access to. Table flip's going to be really nice.
Yeah, and the Glacial Shard crucially coming out. Yeah, the other thing the Ceaseless did there was push 6, right? Out of the Horizon's Edge plus a hero power.
Yeah, just maximum damage because Curfew cannot play the long game right now. It's not going to work.
Yep.
Okay, minion soaked.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine both of these Horizon's Edges are going to get tapped just because you don't
Yeah,
want
just lock in.
more Zerg minions. Just one of them.
Oh, I would have clicked the second one so fast. Just to try and kill those queens.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little spooky, the random Zerg minions, you know? It's
Oh, yeah. What would you say, like, the Hydralisk is probably the scariest one? Because it's just more
at
more
this point
like,
of the game, I think
burst
so,
damage.
yeah. Two damage per Zerg, that's
Yeah.
gotta be up there.
Especially when there's still a spawn in a pool down, right? So you like, Curfew knows there's a Zergling pair in hand.
Yeah. But, Viper's not bad either, given everything Reborn, and then attacking something from hand. Also then activates the Horizon's Edge. And if you expect it to be something small, then you're just benefiting from the Reborn.
And there's a lot of health on this side of the board again for Curfew.
Which, makes it a little bit tricky for Brainpeace. You can only play that Corpse Skull once a turn. So it's going to come down to random shots. Only needs one to hit face.
And,
well, actually,
does
I guess.
have
Yeah, the
Scrapbook.
cavern. Well, the Hydralisk Cavern. is
Oh,
what's
wait,
gonna do
Hydra's
it.
Cavern, yeah. I just lost track of these locations. But yeah,
But
of course, that's
it does
definitely
one to
helpful.
board. It's easy to forget that it does one to face.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I just lost track of which location was which. But yeah, that is going to be enough there for Brainpeace taking game 2. Did, of course, have Scrapbook as well to add on to any, whichever location to help out. But obviously did not need it in the end. Another really close game there. And you can see both these players, when we get in these mirrors, they get very, very close, right? And both players trying to just get that edge. And I think it is a hard matchup to get an edge on if you're both drawing fairly evenly, because you've both got the ability to do the push, but as we saw, there's like limited pushes you can even do with this deck. You are reliant on the power of the damage from the locations, and then whatever turn or turns you decide to put some giants down, and that's like most of the way the deck works. But I think both players did a good job of landing the Kerrigan safely, because that helped them both get just a little bit of extra juice there.
Yeah, and I would sort of put the winning play on Brainpeace coming to picking the Ultralisk Caverns from that Cursed Catacombs rather than the Dark Marrow, which was my inclination. Dark Marrow does get you some pressure immediately, but if that push isn't good enough, or if you're having to use the Ultralisk to clear, but what he did in terms of just using Table Flip, using Corpsicle, and all those more burn resources to clear the board is actually reserved some 8/8s to be able to sort of have sustained pressure over time, and of course develop that caverns to have for what ended up being that winning turn activation.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. We are going to be going into game number 4. Brainpeace just left with the Warrior now to get a win with. A deck we've seen get some good work done, but also not look the most convincing in a lot of these matchups. But it is going up against the Archwing Mage, Elvis. So this deck, as I said, is a very hot and cold deck for me because some games you feel like you're playing the most powerful deck in the world, and then some games you can just you just feel like you're fizzling and actually achieving nothing. And this is another tricky one, right? Because in my experience on both sides of this, Curfew needs to just hard curve. Okay, Artifice is a great pull. Needs to hard curve out into the Arcwings and pressure and do so much damage early on to Brainpeace that there's no time to recover as the warrior, right? But if that doesn't happen, or Brainpeace does have the wiggle room to actually recover some health, the matchup can get significantly more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Curfew is looking in a pretty good position here. With the early sort of tutors, can play this troubled mechanic crucially before the Ooh. Okay.
Just relying on the curve, wants the damage early, I guess.
I guess. My sort of what are we doing there is that now you kind of can't play the troubled mechanic to tutor
It's
another
all good.
Draenei.
There's Fireball to face next turn, otherwise it's fine.
Yeah.
Just chuck it out. But I do understand this though, because if the trouble doesn't draw an Arcwing, you've just potentially lost threats and damage early on, right?
Yeah.
This is drawn out of shield. So I'm sorry, I definitely get it, but I do agree that it's a little bit scary because you do have a card that draws a card you want locked into your hand.
Yeah, or, I mean, maybe not. Maybe you say, well, I get enough coins and have enough small spells that I actually can afford to waste the mana refresh on Troubled Mechanic.
Also, it might just draw the other one to get the mana refresh again, right?
It's
worst
true,
case.
it's true, yeah. We're just going to go ahead and set up this board with the Arcwings, with the Slither Spear, which has
lot
its
of
most
damage
value
added
early
on.
on. Yeah, yeah.
Because there's 2 arcane missiles in the birds. The other minions do need to get cleared. One has Divine Shield. There's another 3 damage coming from the weapon. And there's Fireball, Frostbolt in hand. I feel like I'm back in 2014. Just looking at Fireball, Frostbolt going, oh, he's nearly dead. Not true, because it's against Warrior, but still.
Yeah, you know, there's 9 armor to be gained visibly from the safety goggles plus the Ancient of Yore. And wait, Ancient of Yore, is that back to 5 armor, or is that... No, that one's staying around.
I don't think so. Yeah.
So it's still 3. But yeah, you know, this is where you would want to get those Arcwings. And it's going to feel pretty awkward with this Troubled Mechanic in hand. That I do almost wonder if you just sort of eat the discount loss, figure that by the time you're playing the Arcwings, you'll have the mana with, you know, coins and stuff.
Many choices.
I'm not gonna lie though, Fireball, Frostbolt phase just looks very clean.
It does look pretty good. Yep.
It's probably not the correct play. I am with you. I think like even Troubled Smoldering is looking okay, right?
I mean,
it's not too bad, but
well, I mean, you know, you'd love to wait another turn, but actually this works out quite nicely now because you get to capitalize on the extra spells being played for the Slither Spear. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this. You lose the discount, but that's okay. Interesting. Gonna just save the O Manager, I guess, for the pop-off turn. Misses on the Arcwing, though. You know, good and bad.
it still might be enough. We'll see. There is now... this could be interesting, right? Because there is Bob Freeze this turn, which means...
Yeah.
Not that you would ever get a big one probably anyway, but Arcwing isn't really going to pop off. But maybe the Bob turn needs to be next turn instead. It gets pretty tricky here.
Well, you can Bob, and then you can coin Dracorex.
True. Yeah, very true. Or, hear me out again, there is, like, can you do anything with new heights? So then there's coin... Ziliax?
Yeah. Just
like that might also
Unleash,
do, yeah.
Lock the board, play the new heights.
Yeah, because this also means the Draenei can't be played. Oh, I guess you can ping your own minion, right? It's fine, there's enough mana now, but it could just makes the turn a little bit iffy and then opens up potential for Ziliax next turn. I quite like this.
Yep. I think it is probably going to be that ping into Artificer. watercolor artist doesn't have as much value now. I think, yeah, Curfew's debating, like, do I just go in on some spells here to effectively get spell damage from the Slither Spear?
Yeah, I like it. Like, what? Is this Frostbolt or Arcane Missiles? Do you ever want it to not go face? I could argue no. So I just, whenever you've got the opportunity to slip these in, I think I'd just do it. But looks like he's decided not to.
Yeah, I mean, I think the upside of getting like a full board of Arcwings is so strong. I think that's why. That's the reason for the hold.
Yeah, I just think like with the Seabreeze Chalice, obviously if there's nothing to aim for, fine. But then there's O Manager, Coin, and a Frostbolt. So I don't know. I think I would have took the 3 to face with the missiles, unless you're playing around a Bulwark. Maybe that could help as well, I suppose.
Yeah. But yeah, these are always the most frustrating situations against Warrior, right? They fill up your board with Crocolisk, and then now they bob you, and you can't do anything.
8 combatants enter, and I
Yeah, it is very rough. And this is one of the problems, at least I've personally had with this deck, is if I don't, maybe it probably doesn't happen often enough for it to be a massive problem, but when you don't draw Arcwing, you feel really bad. Like, you can really struggle because it is so much like the core of the deck. Yeah, there's burn spells, there's minion pressure, that's fine. But the Arcwing really is what pushes the deck, of course, which is the name of the deck. And it feels so bad and so difficult to win some matchups if you just don't get it. Because even now, because of the freeze, because of this, and like because of potential armor gain or bulwark, as we can see now from Brainpeace, you can be in a scenario where the game's actually gone past the point of Arcwing actually winning you the game, because a lot of the power level is when you play it on curve, right?
Yeah. I think a lot of chip damage was put in, but now that you're on the Ziliak's turn, that sort of gets reset. This weapon, is it going to be a big deal? Not quite enough to be able to...
You'll go Silver
Sword, yeah. Yeah, Coghammer, then the pick. Give something Taunt, Divine Shield. And I guess the question is, like, you've got more spells than you can use, or than board space than you would have. So maybe you start going in on Seabreeze Chalices, clean up some of these minions. Or maybe you just go face, I guess that works.
I respect it. I'm never going to complain about going face. Here, though, this is where things might start to slide a little bit downhill for Curfew.
Yeah, even saving Ziliak's for a later turn, because Rex looking very, very good there. Stellar Balance picked up, but...
Still no Arcwing.
Yeah, and this is why I sort of cringed at the Smoldering Grove being played for one. I understand, why it was done. Maybe it had to be done, but that card, if you can hold on to it for just one more turn, right? Get twice as many cards. When you're in this spot where you really need to find Arcwing, it's tough to see it go like that.
And now, it's one of the weird problems as well, right? There is removal, of course, but even when there's this much power on board for Brainpeace, the Arcwings just keep getting worse, right? Because they can just hit the minions and not hit face. And then, because you're against Warrior, as soon as those Arcwings come out, you're probably getting Brawl. And even that, because this isn't the Paladin version, right? Then you're not being able to give them Divine Shield, for example, or buff the stats and so on. So it can feel a little bit flimsy sometimes.
Wow.
Starfire, though, just pumping damage. I respect it. Just pump the damage to the face.
I mean, there's a lot of charges on this Coghammer, so I get it, but...
And it's a good punish for Ziliak's, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing to Ziliak's now. However, there is sleep for Brainpeace and could just go armor at this point, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Like, yeah, you could use one to draw, but for me, I think I'd just go max armor and just say, okay. Basically setting up 2-turn lethal or close enough regardless.
And you've got enough minion draw between, or draw of however, with Ungoro Brochure and Precursory Strike.
And the good thing is, you've got Shield Slam, but also the Ziliax, even though you couldn't play it, it's not going anywhere. So the only thing that Curfew could have had for this play really was a lot of burn damage. But, well, that's 17 armor and the minion's still on board, so I like this play from Brainpeace.
Yeah, so now Curfew has to throw out these chalices. I don't think any had been used earlier, so...
I don't think so, no.
So yeah, you do need to either O-Manager this or get one Arcane Missiles shot to hit it.
Oh, locking a Frostbolt. Will that do enough of the job?
Oh, we're just leaving Draco Rex down. Okay, I guess that works too. But yeah, like you said, now, you know, maybe Ziliax comes down because Brainpeace is enough ahead anyway. And that represents more health from the minions that have to get chewed through. You know, even if the Arcwing turn were to happen.
Yeah, I've already lost track now. Is there still the Draenei buff?
There is. Yeah.
There is, right? Okay, yeah, there is. Okay, yeah. I thought there was, but I just wanted to double check before I started saying silly things.
Yeah, the first one got used to play the second Troubled Mechanic, and then it drew another Artificer instead of...
And nothing's been played
Arcwing.
since the second one,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 2 Arcwings left in the deck. So it's
Yep.
20% here off the top. Nope. That is the worst card in the deck, because there's no expensive spells to swap with. You know, for a while, people were doing some builds where they're like, we'll throw in the Tsunami, right? Summon some water elementals. Maybe you get the flip with Skyla.
And then people realize, no, face damage, go. And it's so rough here for Curfew because, like I said, the whole sort of core of the deck are those Arcwings, and I think he did a great job. Like, he got really close without them, and you just imagine one turn of an Arcwing push, and this game's changed, right? Massively.
Totally, yeah.
But now what do you even do? There's 2 Frostbolts for the Ziliax. You can try and kill them first and see if you need to use a Frostbolt, but any actual damage spell you're using instead of like removal tools is just less damage you can push to face.
Yeah, I mean, the strength of the Chalice is that you can remove their minions from play while, you know, clearing the way for your Arcwing shots to go face them, right? You sort of convert them from minion damage into face damage through that process. Now they're all spent. Cup of Muscle is nice. Not in terms of what it actually does, but just that it is a single card that will give you 3 activations of Arcwing Pilot if you find her.
Oh, I just realized. Are we going to see Ham eat an Arcwing?
Oh, we totally
is that
are.
where we're up to right now? Because...
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, it's going for Morazond. I
Yeah.
guess seeing all that removal, drop Morazond and say, okay, pal, go for it. Like, don't blame me.
You don't even need the infinite damage. The 8/8's enough at this point.
You always need infinite damage. Oh, missed again.
You know, at this
Okay.
point, I think you just have
Arcane?
to chalk it up and say, well, you know, we go next. Sometimes that your deck just laughs at you. I don't think... I guess you do still have the refresh, so...
Yeah, you've got
there's
refresh, you've got coins, you've got...
1 mana Arcane. I think I still maybe like this better.
Okay.
No way!
Of course. Of course.
Oh,
Can
that's
still swing with the
brutal.
weapon, right? Like,
Yeah. and so
Still,
you don't-
you'd still
you don't
rather
take the
not,
5,
but yeah.
It's rough. Still on 8 of
Here
10,
comes
despite
Ham.
Brainpeace's 13 mana. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen. It's gotta happen now.
Yeah.
Right? Draw 2 spells, get some more ramp. Why not?
Yeah, this is going to be a mental breaker, this one, isn't it? If yeah, see, Curfew knows. Just looked away.
The
So
only
don't
minion
you,
in the
don't
deck.
you eat.
Oh no, okay.
Okay,
There's-
okay, got away
There
with
were
it.
a
Got
few
away
of the early game ones. So now we have to Stellar Balance and Starfire the Ham.
Yeah, there's 1 watercolor artist and 2 Arcwings left now.
Portal away from paradise.
Okay.
Okay,
This is
pretty
clever.
good.
Although actually, I won. Oh, okay. So we just saw there that Cup of Muscle is playable even if you have no minions in play.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't positive about that. Ceaseless deal with this 10-10.
Yeah, just having a quick look at what's left. There's not that much left, right? There's a Hostile Invader, Safety Goggles. Nothing too crazy right now left in the deck there for Brainpeace.
Yeah, I mean just drawing through to sort of maximize once the quest comes down. Not that that's really going to be necessary. I feel like
Yeah, this is so nice.
this
now,
Unleash
yeah.
Ceaseless play is nail in the coffin. At this point, I think Curfew just wants to sort of get rid of all the bad luck.
I think at this point, Curfew just wants to see the Arcwings
There
in the
it
deck.
is.
There you go, okay. Because
Let me-
you start
let me
to
do the
think,
thing.
don't you? You start to
Yeah.
think, hang on a minute.
Did I-
like,
did I-
is this
did I
actually
forget?
in the deck?
Did I put them in?
On my right.
Okay, well, things are going to happen. One way or another.
On my right.
Tell you what's
I,
not
I
going to
don't
happen.
think
I don't
we're
think that
playing that
acupuncture is
Starship
getting played. Yeah.
On my right.
Wait! Picked the wrong starship piece. We could have been hand buffing the biopod.
Oh, the
or,
biopod.
or the Death Knight one. Curfew actually picked the one that doesn't benefit from hand buffs. Like, yes, this can be the biggest if you fill your last board space slot, but I mean, no brawls have been played, and your opponent's deck is gone.
It's okay. There's another Arcwing coming off the top next turn.
Yeah, I think you had to pick, if not the one that summons a large minion, probably Biopod, rather than this. Like, this is bigger, but you... I suppose Curfew is saying, well, I'm going to win the brawl with the 13.
Yeah, true. I'm just thinking, like, is there... Wait, there's... Okay, I'm trying to work out what he's doing here, because, like, is there a world where this ever becomes a problem? Probably not, right?
No.
Because I'm thinking Arcwing plus all these spells are basically playable, more or less. But yeah, it's probably going to be fine, because these minions will soak a decent amount anyway. There's enough armor, and yeah, it's not really a problem. There was just a moment where I was like, what if Arcwing comes off the top?
No,
And it didn't
no.
anyway, so it doesn't matter. Wow. Unfortunate showing here.
Yeah.
Do the honourable thing.
tough.
Moonfire Acupuncture itself. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Curfew. A real shame, I think, because even with that just one turn, the Arcwings looked impressive, and I think
Yeah.
Curfew did a great job of hanging on and trying to just give himself time to get hold of the Arcwings to pressure. But Brainpeace just kept control of the scenario and really cashed in on the fact that Arcwing just didn't come out, right? There was no turn 6 push with Arcwings. Therefore, he could take it a little bit easier, put a little bit more pressure on, and just set up, because it's rare that we see a warrior draw their whole deck before the quest's even complete as well. Like, it's not something you see
Yeah.
too often, because he had the freedom to draw a little bit easier as well. So yeah, really really good match there, and congratulations to Brainpeace, the last player from APAC going through.
Yeah, and you know, if you're Curfew, I guess it's brutal, right? The reason that you don't concede for so long there is because, well, this is my only shot, right? Like,
Yeah.
if I concede, then Brainpeace immediately takes it and qualifies, and I'm out. So, you know, that's why you hold on for, you know, some last hope. And just gonna have to hope for better luck next time. You know, I mean, that's often how it goes with these tournaments. Is like it's the intersection of, you know, yes, playing your best, but trying to line that up with getting luckiest.
Oh, 100%. I don't think any player who's won or placed highly or whatever in any tournament has ever said, "Oh yeah, I had zero luck and still won." Right? Things have to go your way a little bit. That's just how these games work. Regardless, though, that is going to be the Asia Pacific section of the day done and dusted as we've rounded up those 4 matches. But we've got plenty more where that came from. We've got Europe coming up next, and then the Americas later on today. So stay tuned because there's tons of Hearthstone coming up. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.